So welcome to those streaming online if you're tuned in this afternoon from Doune here in central Scotland. This is the start of this afternoon's activities here at Doune Hillclimb. A combination of practice runs and also competition runs. So welcome to Doune. Just a few miles north of Stirling in Scotland, and the first car leaves the line. And this is Jody Gordon, and he's running in the Scottish Championship. So for him, this is a timed competition run. I'll explain what the situation is regarding the various runs at the end of his batch. That's Jody Gordon heading up the line, up the hill, through Garden Gate, up beyond and into the tunnel. Some good camera angles this year from Rich Stanby. Coming up through Junction. Quite dry the track at the side of the track today. So Jody Gordon heading out towards East Bray. And over the top of East Bray, while on the line and halfway up the hill already, will be Malcolm McDonald. We do have two cars on the hill here at Doune at any one time. So further down the hill there is Malcolm McDonald. He's in Class A2, sharing his Audi A4 with John Keane, who will see later. So Malcolm also a Scottish Championship runner. Time there for Jody Gordon was 54.66. And Malcolm McDonald is followed by Alex Howells. Now these are double driven cars, and Alex is running in the British Championship classes, and therefore for him it's a practice run. For Alex, this is a practice run. This is the third practice run of the day. So Malcolm McDonald is finished over the finish line in 66 seconds exactly. So for him, that's a competition run. Slightly quicker than his first one. So Alex Howells on the way up. He's sharing with his wife Jenny. He'll be up in the next batch. And the next car on the line is Alan Nicol in a Caterham Super 7. Running in the British Championship classes. Although no leadership for the championship. Alex Hill's third practice time there's a 68.19. And Alan Nichols followed up by Alan Reid. He's also a double driver in the British Championship classes. 7:30 it is Peugeot 205. Alan Nicol over the top of East Bray, heading up through the S's in the Caterham. Son Craig is the record holder in this class. So again, this is a practice run for Alan Nicol. 47.71. Alan Reid also on a practice run. So this is the third practice run of the day for these cars. Yeah, this is the last car in this batch. So Alan Reid crosses the line there in a 51.16. Again, that's a practice run. Now, as I say, we've got two sets of runners here today. We have cars competing in the Scottish Championship, and we have cars competing in the national competition. No, not all are registered for the championship. So the cars competing in the Scottish Championship are having 3 timed runs today. No, sorry, 1 practice run, then followed by 3 timed runs. And the cars competing in the national championship classes are having 3 practice runs, followed by 1 timed run, and the fastest 12 will then do the top 12 runoff. So those cars now come back down the hill, and so we've got 2 of the Scottish Championship runners, Jody Gordon and Malcolm McDonald, completing their second timed competition run. The next batch of cars is comprised mainly of the rest of the Scottish Championship runners. And then for the next runs, after this lot has been completed, they will have a third timed run. So I'm hoping this can be heard up the hill from the spectators on the hill, and obviously we also beaming out to you across the world on the YouTube live stream HillClimb UK. Doune has been going for a hill climb for over 50 years, started in 1968, and this year's weekend, today we have the 13th round of the National HillClimb Championship, and tomorrow, the same format, we have the 14th round of the championship. We also have running alongside the National Championship the British Hillclimb Cup, rounds 11 and 12. And we've got 16 of the top 20 current contenders in that championship here today. And we also have all the top runners in the National Championship, including all top 10 from last year. You'll see the numbers 1 to 10. Those are the top 10 runners from last year's championship. So continuing now with the Scottish Championship cars. Now we have a very unusual hill climb car on the line. There's a Datsun Cherry, 1270cc of anti-Reed. His first year of hill climbing in a fairly road-going, bog standard Datsun Cherry. His first practice run was his first timed run, competition run was a 67.14. It's a bit off the pace of the Gordons in their Peugeot, but he's having fun, and that's what it's all about. And he'll be followed up by Brian Hunter in one of the two Renault Twingos we have here today. So this is a anti-Reed in the Class A1 for up to 1400 cars. Brian Hunter, the Twingo is a 1600. So he's the next class up for 1400 to 2 litre cars. And in fact, Brian set the quickest time in that class, ahead of the other Twingo and the Audi in the first competition run. Anti-Reed crosses the line now in 66.63, 66.63, which is slightly quicker than this morning. And Brian Hunter is out on the hill near the top, while Ian Crawford is down the bottom in his Twingo. So I'm not sure if this will be our first 2 Twingos on a hill. Is that called a quadringo? I'm not sure. So Brian Hunter's approaching the finishing line now. 63.16 improves his time. Ian Crawford in the white Twingo up through the junction and heading up towards Watervliet Bray. Ian Crawford was just 2/10 behind Brian Hunter after the first competition run, and at the moment he's running slightly slower than Brian up through the hill, with a second down on him. So he's probably looking for a high 63 or it's a low 64, 64.20. But there a change of pace a little bit. This is David Reid in his Subaru Impreza in the over 2 litre road saloon cars. 49.77 his first run. So it's the quickest of the road cars here in the Scottish Championship classes. And that's a slightly slower time of 50.35. Now Jim Howard from the BMW Mini Cooper S, the only other contender in this class. And as you can see in the corner of the screen if you're online, a fair bit slower than David Reid. Behind Jim Howarth on line is Callum Norris up the hill in the Silver Riot. He's going up through Garden Gate, up through the tunnel. But time for Jim Howarth of 58.64. Slightly quicker, but still, of course, second in class. Callum Norris running by himself in the class, and also running by himself in the class is Class A6, which is Sandy Reid. And it's unusual Luego velocity, similar to a low cost. Only about a couple of hundred things built. First originally built in England, and then Aberdeenshire. It's running a 2-litre Z-Tech engine, and it's about 2007, he reckons, was its first registration. So Luego velocity, slightly wider than your standard Caterham, and it's an unusual car. I haven't seen one of those before. A time for Callum Norris in the silver was 55.26. And now Sandy Reid heading up towards the top of the hill, followed by Neil Ross, also running the class by himself in Class A8 in his Porsche Boxster. So time for Sandy Reid of 62.86. Slightly quicker this first run. And Neil Ross is followed up by the first of our Mazda runners, Michael King. Running second in class after the first run, Michael. Time for Neil Ross, 57.71, just 100th of a second better on his first run. So Michael King heading up to the bottom of his brave while Jim King waits on the line. Jim, the father of Michael. So time for Michael King's time 53.43, which actually goes into the lead of the class. I mean, second after the first runs. Jim King now up through Garden Gate, while Alan Cuthbert waits on his Mazda to leave the line, which he does now. 4 Mazdas here this weekend. In the regular Scottish rounds, I have a few more than that. So a very popular class up here in Scotland. Jim King running the Essex curbs very closely there, but safely through. And a 54.80 for Jim King. Slight improvement from his first run. And then on the line is another hill's Neil Girdwood in his Mazda. The last of the 4 Mazdas. As I said, led after the first run, but is now being passed by Michael King, so needs to find 3/10 more or less to get ahead of Michael again. Time for Alan Cuthbert of 58.53. 58.53 for Alan Cuthbert. Following the 4 Mazdas, we have John Lowe running in himself in the class in his Peugeot 205. Time for Neil Girdwood, and he goes back into the lead of the Mazdas, 52.85. So it's Neil Girdwood in the lead from Michael King, Jim King and Alan Cuthbert in those 4 Mazda class. See, most of the other classes are single entrants in the Scottish Championship. So John Lowe followed up by Kenneth Sutherland in a very unusual GBS 0. And also on the hill, Andrew Grover. to just switch the microphone off there. Quite close to the start line here. And you're looking for the next car coming up. It's Callum Marshall in this drift specification Nissan 200 SX turbocharged. First time on a hill climb this weekend. So I have to go back to John Lowe's time. So there you go, that's the drifting Nissan leaving the line there. Clouds of smoke. Hoping it remembers to go in a straight line and not drift around the corners. The walls are a bit close here. I think it was up through through Oak Tree. Just came very close to the barrier and drifting slightly into Garden Gate. It's safer through there, up through the tunnel. And here it goes through Junction. Over there. Oh yeah, a good drift through Junction. Wow. Yeah, drifting through Junction. Tyre smoke there. Up to Bottom Beach Bray. Yeah, it's an exciting run for Callum Marshall. Oh wow, sideways through the edge. Flips the cone. Flips the curb. And he's away across the finishing line. And a time of 56.09 for Callum Marshall. 56.09 for Callum Marshall. And after that, we've got the more to date Alex Hazelwood and his MG Midget. I can also go back and give you a couple of other times I didn't give you. Kenneth Sutherland's time. Kenneth Sutherland's time is 53.03 in his GBS. Andrew Grover in class B4 in the Silver Riot was 46.55. And John Lowe back in the Peugeot was 56.61. So after the times of Callum Marshall's 56.09, Alex Hazelwood gets the top in 71.60. And his MG Midget, followed by a 1800cc version Ginetta G15 of Tom Kenny. And also on the hill at the moment is Kieran Bailey in his Lotus 7. Kieran's a class record holder. So Tom Kenny's over the line in 62.96. And the last car in this batch is 110. It's Campbell Gordon in the shared Peugeot 205 Class A1, which his son Jody went up in 54.66. Time for Kieran Bailey is a new class record for that class. Again, Kieran Bailey was under the class record in his first run with a 51.08. The class record before today was 52.20, so 51.08, and then that's a 50.39 for Kieran Bailey, so breaking his own class record twice today. And another chance later on, maybe to go into 49s. Right. Time for Campbell Gordon, back in Class A1, was a 57.18. And then John Keane on the hill in the shared Audi. Was a bit slower than his co-driver the first run. Safely through the S's. And also on the hill is Laura Wardle in the Porsche that she shares with Jonathan Williamson. So John Keane is a 67.15. John Keane was the last of the Scottish runners, so this is a practice run now for Laura Wardle, followed up by John McQuillan in the Fisher Fury, which is also a practice run. rest of the cars you'll see now until the end of the fourth batch of runners will all be the final practice runs for the National Championship class contenders. So John McCullin, the last car in this batch. And the Fishy Fury he shares with Mike West. So that's the end of that batch. If we go back to the Scottish Championship classes, just to confirm the current times and the best times of people. Currently leading the class, Class A1, is Jody Gordon with his first run time of 54.36, with Campbell Gordon 57.18, and Antti Reid 66.63. In the over 400 up to 2 litre class is Brian Hunter, still leads in his Twingo, 63.16, from Ian Crawford in his Twingo, 63.54, and Malcolm McDonald in the shared Audi, 66 seconds exactly. David Reid leads Jim Howarth by some 9 seconds in the roadsters over 2 litres. Then we have individual class runners. Callum Norris in Class A4, Sandy Reid Class A6, Neil Ross in Class A8. And then the Mazdas are led currently by Neil Goodwood, from Michael King, Jim King and Alan Cuthbert. And I see we're getting some people signing in online from Maine in the USA and the Channel Islands. So glad to hear you're tuning in from around the world. And we look forward to good afternoon's racing. We will of course be doing the same again tomorrow as well. Today's format for the National Championship runners is 3 practice, followed by 1 competition run and 1 runoff each day. So as I said, this is the last practice run for the National Championship runners. So the Mazda, as I said, led by Neil Goodwood in the Scottish Championship class. John Lowe runs himself in the Modified Saloons B2, Andrew Grover in B4, and Kenneth Stirling in B6, all running by themselves in their classes. Matthew Price in C1 is a non-starter. It's in the programme, he's a non-starter. In C3, Callum Marshall in that amazing Nissan, down to 56.09. And in the classified thoroughbreds is Kieran Bailey with 2 sub-record runs so far today, and the best of 50.39. So we'll now go back up to the top of the National Championship runners in the road cars, up to 2 litres. Road going production cars up to 2 litres, and we run through the rest of the national runners all the way through the road cars, the modified cars, sports labours and the single-seater racing cars. If you're watching online, then I am sitting in the little hut or a little shed just behind the Ford Transit pickup. You can see. Unfortunately, at the moment we have. It's the only place we can commentate from here at Doune. But with the help of Rich Danby and his cameras, I can have a good look at all the way cars going all the way up the hill this year. So I won't try and describe what you can see in front of you, but obviously for those here at Doune, I'll try and keep my best to keep you up to date with what is happening as the cars go up the hill. And we've got the first car, the next batch coming to the line. And this is Alex Howells. So I think I said it was Jenny Howells earlier. I think I said it was Alex Howells earlier, but it looks as though this is yeah, that was Alex. Well, it was Alex Howells earlier. Apparently, this is Jenny Howells now, number 11. So Jenny Howells going up the line in her Hillman Imp. Two cars on the hill at the moment are Craig Dow just finishing across the finish line with the Ford Fiesta, followed up by James Hudson in the Volkswagen Golf. Was the fastest so far in practice, all the way from Devon in the south of England. Second visit to Doune, he came last year for the first time, and he's followed up by John Langmead in his Lotus Elise. John doing very well at the moment in the British Hillclimb Cup, having scored 4 wins at Gurston with records below the class record, which he spun it at the bottom of East Bray. So Jonathan Langmead just too deep into East Bray, spins around sideways halfway up East Bray on the grass, and he's getting going again, churning up Jock's good grass, but he's back on the track. So he's learned something from that practice run. That was just a bit too quick through the bottom of East Bray. But he's well on his way again, and there's a replay coming up on the screen. Yeah, just a bit quick into East Bray. Slides across the grass. And carries on up to the top of the hill. So an unrepresentative time for Jonathan, 71.03. And obviously Derek Rothney has probably been red flagged, although he's still running, so maybe he's not. But I think he must have been stopped because he's up to 63, so he'll be stopped with a red flag. As soon as John started spinning, the red flag would have been coming out. So the marshal's just going down the hill now, just to check for any additional Right, I now have the marshals from Junction on my screen. So if the marshal at Junction there, can you hear me in the speaker? Can you wave? Can you wave? Can you hear me at Junction? Obviously you can't hear me at Junction. I recognise the Marshal Ian Douglas holding the flag there. Ian and I used to marshal together 40 years ago. So Ian's still coming up to Doune every meeting, I think, to do his bit as part of the Orange Army. So Derek Rothney, I think it's Rothney, not Rothney, there's an extra R in there. He's obviously been stopped, will be coming back down the hill again. So after Stuart Piercy calling from Dublin. Welcome. And also from Oakville, Canada. And this person, Ian Ray. Been a long time since he's been to Doune. I think Ian used to race at Ingliston. He currently produces a number of magazines over in Canada, online. And he certainly raced at Ingliston in the past. I think even a Clan Crusader, if I remember right. And we also got John Darmanin watching from Malta. And another one from Germany, Ed Wolf. Malta, Zach Zamet, who competes here in Britain in some of our Midland Championship hills. In fact, at two best times of day. Zach Zamet had two best times of day last weekend, I think at Lowton Park. And thank you for that compliment there from Germany. So Derek Rothney is now back at the finish line, start line rather, back at the start line. Derek Rothney, waiting to take his rerun. Derek, local hot shoe, second quickest in practice, first two runs, but just behind James Hudson in the golf. So see what Derek can do in this last practice time. Marshals, see, still out sweeping at the bottom of East Bray. We better give them a time to get up the hill. It doesn't look that steep on the screen, but it is quite steep at East Bray. So the marshals get up to back up to their post, and then we'll be underway again. Obviously, John it didn't seem to take much onto the track, but they just make sure he's got a good clean job there before they get to the top of the hill. The trees in the background in that picture here on East Bray weren't here 50 years ago when I first came. The hill is looking in lovely condition at the moment. Beautifully trimmed verges, and the surface is in good condition as well. So should be some good times this year. The top of East Bray looks innocuous from that picture, but as you climb East Bray to the top, the road just suddenly disappears away from you. So if you don't know where you're going, if you keep going straight on, you're on the grass. So there's a little bit of a bend just at the top of East Bray, which if you don't know what you're doing, can catch the beginners or newcomers out. Marshall's just getting up to the top now, having done their hard work. And we'll be getting underway again very shortly. So back live again, Derek Rothney, Renault Clio, ready to go on his third practice run. Car number 18. The next car on the line is Rodney Isles, but not running his Honda S2000 this week, but running his other hillclimb car, his Alfa Romeo 4C 1750 turbocharged engine. But Derek Rothney now going across meadow into the bottom of East Bray. He gets through safely. Up the top, and he runs quite wide at the top of East Bray, just into the gutter, kicks up the dust. A bit more sweeping for the marshals there. So yeah, top of East Bray just a bit wide there. Got the gutter, he's over the line in a 50.90, which is now the fastest. No, it's still behind James Hudson. So still second quickest in practice. This is round Isles now. As I say, there's Alfa Romeo. He was entered his Honda S2000. So and then Ronnie again runs a bit wide at the top of East Bray. Doesn't quite get to the gutter, but he's safely through. And then Robbie Burrell follows him up in a Porsche Cayman. Robbie's originally drove last year a Lotus Cage, and was also due to share a single seater this year with Mark Lawrence. But I don't think that car's ready yet. Again, running to the edge of the track. So Robbie Burrell leads the top of the hill, followed by John Pick and his AMS Murtaya through Garden Gate. It's a 4-wheel drive Subaru based car, 2-litre turbocharged. John's been running for quite a while, and he's recently changed a 6-speed gearbox from a 5-speed after losing the previous gearbox in the Isle of Man. Kicks up the dust on the inside of East Bray, through the S's and heading out towards the finish line. Going back to Robbie Burrell and Rodney Isles, it's Robbie Burrell who leads that class in practice, ahead of Rodney Isles, as Craig Nichol, class record holder in the specialist production class, heads up to the finish. 46.06 for Craig, still a good way short of his record. And you'll recognise the Hillman Imp going up the hill. This is the Eric Morey, but this is a turbocharged version, 1-litre turbocharged Hillman Imp. Eric ran this car for a number of years. Big lad to fit in a small car, but he rides it very successfully all around the country, and he's safely through the hill up towards the finish. 26 is Ross Sutherland. You've seen this GPS 0 already. Ross running in the National Championship classes, the GBS. And there are a number of fast saloon cars in this class. James Clark, first runner in the Peugeot 106. And Ross Sutherland, a 51.72 for Ross Sutherland, is his quickest of the day so far. Leaves him in 5th place in class after practice. James Clark, the Peugeot, had a couple of slower runs. So just more or less a more basic car perhaps. In the 65's his best run. And then we've got John Ramsey, it says, but it's actually Jock. Well-known Jock Ramsey in his well-known orange Opel Manta. So James Clark is heading along the finishing straight, but quicker than his first 2 practices by a couple of seconds, with Jock throwing it through junction there. Well-known Manta this around the country in the north of England and Scotland. And Jock looks after the Virgins here, so he'll be hoping to keep them trimmed and stay away from them. Stuart Reid flying through Oak Tree there. Stuart Reid, class record holder in this class. Had a fairly quick pass from Oak Tree up through the tunnel. Really quickly here up through junction. Stuart Reid holds the record at a 45.76. In practice he was in the 48s. So this is still a practice run, of course, and a bit slower again. Then David Patterson in a 106 Peugeot. But time there for Stuart Reid of 46.86, which is still a second away from his record. Bit of opposite walk from David Patterson through junction there. And then we have the Jonathan Williamson in this Porsche Carrera, which is shared with Laura Wardle for the last 40 odd years. All the way up from the south of Devon, but been coming here for numerous years. So Laura's time was a best practice time was a 62 for Laura. Jonathan in the 56s earlier on today. See, after 40 years, he must know this car pretty well. A bit sideways through the top of East Bray, but safely through. Tim Higgins follows him in his Westfield. So Jonathan gets purple through the S's, so that's his best run of the day. It's just outside the best run of Jeff Tremlow for the class. So Jeff Tremlow leaves the line now in his Subaru as Tim Higgins runs it up through the meadow, up through East Bray. But Jeff Tremlow, way from down in Cornwall, comes all the way up here to Doune every time you have a competition meeting up here. So this will be his third visit of the year in this Subaru 2.5 litre. As I say, he is still leading the class after practice, so he's potentially got a class win this afternoon later on if he repeats these times. This is just practice still. He's currently 100th ahead of Jonathan Williamson. And the other car in this class is Andrew Norris, who's on the hill. Andrew is Porsche, he's also a newcomer to Doune. Lives about a mile from Shelsley Walsh. So in his Porsche 911 Carrera. So he was a bit slower, but his first run was a 63, his second run was a 56. So maybe he's just learning the hill. But still going quite gently through a junction there. So Jeff Tremlow's time was a 55.91, so he's still the quickest in the class in practice, but that was a slower run. And after Andrew Norris, we have Stuart Doune in a Caterham. He's in purple sectors all the way, which means he's obviously ahead of his own best time. Time for Andrew Norris of 56.88. So that's very close to his second run this morning. So maybe he's getting towards his plateau level there, but we'll see how he goes once competition begins. Stuart Doune, that is his best time of the day so far, 46.77. Other car in this class, Melvin Hartley in a Westfield Mega Boost at 1300 cc's. The programme here says 1600, but it's only 1300. And then we have Mike West in the Fisher Few, which you've seen already, in the hands of John McQuillan. So Melvin Hartley gently through S's, and the Fisher going through Oak Tree. Time for Melvin of 54.49. So Mike West a bit quicker than his, 200th quicker than his co-driver of the run so far. So the little Nova in front of you on the screens is John Ramsey. If you've seen on the hill, follow down the hill, you've seen John Ramsey go past you. He's down the top of East Bray. son of Jock, in this little Vauxhall Nova. 2-litre engine in this Nova. So after joining the first of the sports car, there's 2 sports racer cars. So this is Richard Matossian in an OMS sports car. Richard from Forfar, up north of Dundee, in the Suzuki engine SC1 OMS. One of the 2 or 3, I think, built by Steve Owen. He's over the line in a 44.92, which is second in class at the moment behind Brian Beverley in the Westfield XTR2. 49 engine, that one. Then look out for the car following that, that's Alan McDonald in the supercharged 1300 Force SR4. New car on this year. If you've been watching online for a while, or even if you're watching here at Doune, you'll have seen Alan driving his Mini Evo, Mini 4-wheel drive with Mitsubishi engine. This year's gone to sports racing. He's doing the purple sectors for him all the way up the hill. He's about a second behind Brian Beverley in the first runs, and he's still half a second behind. That's his best run of the day, 45.09. Following Al McDonald, we're into the single-seater classes now, up to 1100 single-seaters. These are the double-driven cars. So Ben Hamer's the first one up in his OMS 28. A new car to Ben and his co-driver Will Kerr this year. 748 turbocharged Kawasaki engine in this car. The only turbocharged version in the class. He's followed by Jonathan Flesher, another OMS 28. Jonathan and Sundell. Oh, Jonathan wide there outside the edge of Avenue, really trying hard. Jonathan Sundillan, oh, again, opposite locking out of East Bray. Jonathan Sundillan, new to car this year. This is probably our 3rd event in it, I think. Gurston, Shilsley in here. And 42.11 for Jonathan. Which is by far his best of the day by 2.5 seconds. And not far behind Dylan. So good run by Jonathan. So that was Jonathan, father of Dylan. This is now Richard Weaver, father of Tom Weaver. Holding the car up for him. So Richard Weaver is heading up towards the top as Richard Summers follows in the DJ Firehawk. Richard sharing with his daughter-in-law Debbie this weekend, and he's followed up the hill by his wife Lindsay. So Richard Summers is DJ Firehawk. Richard Weaver's time 45.37, and Richard Summers is following up in a 44.89. So again, Lindsay in the Van Diemen lower powered car. For Lindsay, she's driven both the DJ Firehawk you've just seen and also Alex's DJ Firestorm at times, but now sharing this Van Diemen with Sarah Bosworth. And she's at a purple for the junction sector, so we're going as quicker as she's been so far today. Just 2 cars in Formula 4 here today, just 1 car, 2 drivers. So this is Lindsay, her last practice run of the day. Best one so far being a 56.99, and that's a good second and a half quicker, 55.37. So that is the end of a batch. Those double driven cars will come back down with the rest, and we'll be soon on to batch 3, where we'll see sports levers and single seaters. I'm hoping you can hear me up the hill. If you can't, you won't hear this, but if you can't, or you hear me faintly, then as you're coming down the hill and leaving, if you just pop past the secretary's office as you wander through the barn, just let me know how much you're hearing of me. Because while we're streaming online, we also need to talk to you on the hill and make sure you're understanding what you're seeing in front of you. So the cars are now coming down from the top of the hill. As you might imagine, the paddock on the top of the hill is restricted in size, but about 25 cars we get in up there. 50 years ago, when the hill was first built, there was talk of trying to put in a return road so the cars could just keep on going after the run. But quite a steep drop from the top paddock to the bottom paddock. So in the return road would have been quite a long way around, so that had never been pursued in the 50 years, and it seems to work pretty well here with the cars coming straight back down after they've had their runs in their batches. The double driven cars come down first to give more time for the driver changes to take place. James Hudson going through the picture there in his Golf, followed by John Langmaid. Car seems undamaged, which is good, despite his spin across the grass. John's a golf professional for down in Devon, and started around this Lotus Elise, I think last year, did very well. And then this year he's fit a new gearbox, and as I said, a Gurston Doune. Last year he broke the record, and this year he broke it each time he ran in the main meeting. Four runs, 4 records, each time getting better all the time. And another message in from Ian Ray, who says watch out for the Ramsey family race team in the upcoming issue of his Motorworks magazine, which is his online magazine. So Ian Ray over in Canada. So thank you for that, Ian. We shall look out and learn all about Jock and family. Because as well as Jock and John, there's also Paul. And I think there's a daughter as well, if I remember right, who has also competed. So one of the hill climb families we have in this country. So the next car you should see on the hill is a very interesting car. It's David Seaton. You'll recognise him by his bright yellow helmet, and you may have seen him before in his Pilbeam MP43 with a 5-litre BMW engine. Well, that car was 40 years old last year, and after some time trying to sell it, David did get rid of it eventually to a driver in Ireland, and he's now got a brand new to him. It's a Ligier GS53 2.2 Honda engine, so a much more modern device than the Pilbeam. David just getting used to it. I think this is his first competitive weekend. He was out at Kames in it. So flappy paddles, gear change, more modern, much stiffer car than the Pilbeam, so much more pointy, and very, very tricky biting point to get off the line, but David's getting used to it now. And I'm sure his times will gradually improve as the weekend goes on. His record with the Pilbeam he doesn't actually hold the record in this class, but he does hold it the Scottish version, I think. I'm sure he'll tell me if I ask him, and I'll get it to you tomorrow. But certainly his times today were 51.45. I'm sure he can get below 50 quite easily in this car. And the opposition to him is another Honda engine car. This is Duncan Barnes in a 2-litre turbocharged version, Honda of a Norma. So two French sports cars competing in this class this year. Duncan's been following the British Hillclimb Cup and is currently leading the British Hillclimb Cup. Having won his class on 9 occasions out of 10. So, but here we come to line. Here is David Seaton in the Ligier. A common track car in the European Le Mans series a number of years ago. Also popular in European hill climbs. David leaves the line in Ligier, up round the first corner, up towards Oak Tree. And that popping banging was Duncan Barnes' Honda. So David Seaton up past Oak Tree into Garden Gate. Through the tunnel, up towards Junction. All perfect smooth and serene so far. And up to top of East Bray with Duncan Barnes popping and banging. Duncan Barnes popping and banging away from the line there. Yeah, David threads his way through the S's. And it should be better, 50.17. So yeah, an improvement for David Seaton. Duncan Barnes was a purple through Garden Gate, so he's heading below 47s perhaps. Again, purple through Junction. Done. And yeah, Duncan Barnes still running purples through the sector, so maybe a 46 for Duncan here. Can we get? There's 45 for Duncan, 45.36. And so, meanwhile, after David Seaton, here's his young son Rory Seaton in his second season in the Megapin. 1 litre Megapin. And he'll be followed up by another Megapin of Thomas Graham. So, two Scottish hill climbers here. Megapins, a number produced some years ago. Rory kicks up the dust on the inside of the Junction. But time for Duncan Barnes was 45.36 and David Seaton was 50.17. And so we've got two Grahams on the line now, on the hill rather. We got Tom Graham in his Megapin and unrelated Colin Graham, both from Wishaw, in his OMS PR, an early OMS PR. Followed by another local lady driver, Leslie Sheridan from Carnwath. So three Lanarkshire drivers here on their way up the hill. Tom Graham's on the line, 47.67 for Tom Graham. There's a big class 1100 again this year, 1100cc cars. We get a big class of them this year. We've got 8, 12, we've got 20 starters here in various types of cars, a number of OMSs, Empires, but also cars such as the one that's just left the line, which is Charlie Forsyth in his home-built 130R, named after the famous corner at Suzuka. So Leslie Sheridan up through the S's as Charlie Forsyth comes through past Oak Tree. So fastest in this class after practice was Gary Warren, 40.35. Gary from Aberdeen, so localish driver then topping the class after the practice so far. We'll see how it goes now, because I know a number of cars could probably get below that level. So after we've had the local drivers, Rory, Thomas, Colin, Leslie and Charlie, we've now got our visitors. Stuart Bayliss is the first one. Up from Worcester, close to Shelsley Walsh is Jedi. New to the hill. Regular driver down in Shelsley, Prescott and Lowton, but new to Doune. And he's followed up by Mark Schlanker in this Force HC. A new car to Mark last year. He's done OMS before that, but now he's on the Force. So time for Stuart Bales is 52.25, so still learning the track. Jedi perhaps a bit underpowered for this hill. Still 998, but a slightly older design. Now watch this car hill. It's Debbie Summers, Fast Lady Debbie, wife of Alex and class winner at Dustin Down a few weeks ago. Driving the DJ Firehawk. Running about 7th in class at the moment and not going to improve their time, it doesn't look like, for this last run. So Debbie, she does actually 42.34, is at 1.4 seconds quicker than previously. Nigel Pitt in a modern OMS 3000. If you wonder how many cars OMS have built, I wasn't into last year with Steve and Lynn Owen, which is available on YouTube, where I think it said 196. So that was last year, probably a couple more since then, so it's probably over 200 now. Cars built by OMS up in Yorkshire, or down in Yorkshire from Doune. And here's one of the newer ones, Will Kerr, in his 28 with a turbocharged engine. Will, the brother of Ben Hamer. Still nobody popping up the top of the charts above the current top three. Debbie Thomas is moving up to 5th, ahead of Tom Weaver and Stuart Bickley. And there's Tom Weaver on the hill now. Oh, and he gets a red flag for Empire, so. So we have a hiatus at the moment. The red flags are out. Will Kerr did finish a run, so it's not a problem with Will. And Tom Weaver will get another run. So we'll wait and see what the problem is. But at the moment, we shall have a nice picture here of Tom Weaver sitting at the top of East Bray. So we'll be back with you shortly. Dylan Fletcher will be second to run because Tom Weaver's going to top and presumably he'll be sent back down at some point. So there'll be a slight delay at the moment. We have a medical issue on the hill, so I'll let you know when we're ready to go again. But in the meantime, enjoy the pictures of the Scottish scenery if you're online. And feel free to send in some messages if you're watching, or any questions you want answered. As you can see from the picture here, just taken after the first corner on Doune, very narrow, tricky between the walls. If you ever want to watch, get yourself scared and watch something that looks as though it's sped up but obviously hasn't, just go online to YouTube and search for Doune Online. And if you do Doune Online Joss Goodyear, then just sit back and enjoy 36 seconds of white knuckle ride. But certainly the narrow bottom part of the track between the walls is no place to make a mistake. There's not much room to spin out without contacting with a wall or metal guardrail. If you're on the hill in the low reaches, and I see some people walking down, if you can get up to the top of the hill, the very top, and you'll get a view right over the meadow of the cars as they come up to approach East Bray, and you'll get an idea of just how steep East Bray really is. It can also be very cold up the top of East Bray when that east wind blows across, but fortunately these days there are a few more trees than there used to be.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. and much more. Visit Motorsport UK.TV today and make sure you never miss a moment.
Oh my, oh no. Look, Jack said, man, like you can't be fucking we're smacked into the back of the Mondeo and folded the tailpipe. So everything was right.
It's winding the turbo off, aye.
Sounded better. Aye, it was better. It like squashed the back of the exhaust. Aye, and it was like it was whistling.
Funniest thing we done was fucking
What the fuck?
this on patrol years ago.
So welcome back, we're ready to go once more. And it's Dylan Flesher on the line in the family OMS. Currently third quickest in the class in the first two practices. So and he's off. They're looking quick through junction. It's getting quite dusty. Up over East Bray. Run through East Bray there, very nice, very middle of the road. Middle of the road through East Bray and through the S's. And Gary Warren has now left the line. 41.62, that's his best of the day so far. Still leads on third quickest in class at the moment. And we got Gary Warren, who's the quickest so far in practice. And opposite lock at top of East Bray through the S's. And he's doing quicker again, so he's going to be a 39.95 for Gary Warren. Gavin McLaren and an OMS 2000M leave the line. And Gary will follow by Stuart Bickley, the new Force TA. So a number of OMSs and Forces Empires in this class. Stuart Bickley was down in 7th quickest so far in practice. I'm sure he'll find more time with his first visit to Doune. He found nearly 4 seconds between his first run and his second run. So we got McLaren heading up to top of the hill, 49.51. As Stuart Bickley is going through a tunnel. It's not really a tunnel as you can see, but very, very narrow between walls and below trees, so it gets the pressure of a tunnel. Stuart Bickley at the top of East Bray, very smoothly through there. And Stuart Bickley 43.13, so that's slightly slower than fastest of the day so far, so leaves him in 7th position at the moment. Dave Tatham, Dave's been going really well in this new Firehawk, which he built up this year for a top that was in the factory. Dave a 40.51, so he's about another half second there. But he's still half a second behind Gary Warren. Sarah Bosworth in the Formula Ford. Formula Ford, of course, was invented, should we say, by John Webb down at Brands Hatch in 1967, and has been a breeding ground for lots of drivers through the years, and still going strong as a club racing formula across Britain. Although here in Scotland, numbers have dropped off. It's pretty nearly extinct in Scotland as a racing class, Formula Ford. But down south, in England and Wales, there's large numbers of them still racing. Liam Cooper, 42.58. Liam slightly slower in the second run. Liam been quicker than Olivia today so far. I'm sure Olivia won't be happy with that. She'll be trying to get her times below 43s. Neil Cole's now in the hill. and followed by Steve Marder. Steve Marder said the last time had a rogue of a time, and he did the last few hundred yards in half a second according to the clock. So what time can Steve get this time? Steve sharing Richard Spedding's Raptor. Also shared other Raptors in the past. 43.12 for Steve. That's the quickest legitimate time of the day. And Alan Warburton and the family Gould is next on the hill. And it's a 39.96 for Alan, which is below 40 for the first time today. In fact, that was a good time from Neil Coles, just shortly past there. 45.97 was his best time of the day so far. So Nicola Dearden on the line in the Lara, she shares with Andrew Henson. Also having driven with a Pilbeam MP62 with Andrew in the past. Andrew one time held the classic car record at Shelsley with a Ralt RT. And leaving the line now was Steve Owen, and Simon Andrews is OMS 28. No, sorry, it's an Ian Tucker's OMS 28. He was meant to be in Simon Andrews' OMS 28, but I'll tell you more about that later. So Steve Owen now sharing Ian Tucker's OMS 28 with a 1700cc engine in the up to 2 litres class. So this is actually Steve's 60th consecutive Doune meeting, national championship meeting. So he's never missed one for about 30 years. And now the first of the really quick cars. And it's Sean Gould in the GR59 that he shares with Matthew Ryder. Through Oak Tree and up towards Garden Gate really quickly. Through, it's slightly bit wide in the edge at the exit of Junction, but up over East Bray, and this will be a 37, probably 38.38 for Sean Gould. This is his fastest of the day. That's Nicola Menges on the hill now. And Father Chevron B45. We're usually seeing Nicola sharing the Gould GR55 with Dave Juren, but this weekend they're having to drive other cars because the Gould, as you may have seen on the start line at Shelsley Walsh 2 weekends ago, broke his gearbox, and unfortunately they've been unable to repair it. So Nicola's sharing with Father. Well, Dave Loren next up is sharing with Darren Gumley in his 1600 Force TA. So Nicola drove the car for the first time, or sat in the car for the first time yesterday. Ex-Fred Oper racing Chevron. It's 55 seconds exactly. And she's racing Class N. Dave Duran is the 1600cc class today, and he's best with the 42.5, so 41.32 is best of the day so far. Now Simon Andrews in the OMS 28. And he's now sharing with Trevor Willis. Now, Trevor at Shelsley Walsh 2 weeks ago blew his engine up, and had a new engine fitted, but unfortunately it started this morning. He's another problem with it, and so he's now transferred to share with Simon Andrews. And you'll see Trevor running in his usual number 4 later on. So Simon Andrews 44.5, and that's the end of that batch. So looking at the classes, what we're looking forward to. Up to 1100cc, obviously we've got Gary Warren is the quickest in practice, so half a second ahead of David Tatham, with Dylan and Jonathan Fletcher running 3rd and 4th. Really getting used to this car. They drove a bike engine Caterham last year, and but the OMS 28 Newton just a couple of metres ago at Gurston Down. But really enjoying driving this modern, up-to-date single-seater racing car. Debbie Summers in 5th place, steadily improving her times today, and then Tom Weaver, who I've only got one time for at the moment, because he was Tom was actually red flagged in that last batch, so we may see him coming up in the next batch if he gets another chance to run. Stuart Bickley and the Will Kerr Ben Hamer car, the Kawasaki turbocharged engine OMS, doing well here this weekend, ahead of Richard Summers and Richard Weaver. In the up to 1600 class, we've still got a few of those to run yet, so and really the rest of the racing cars we can't really comment on at the moment. Sports Levers, looks as though it's going to be a battle between Brian Beverley, Richard McTossin and Alan McDonald. And the bigger class, well, David Seaton needs to find a few seconds, so that could be some more points for Duncan Barnes in the Cup. Unfortunately, only 2 starters in the class, which reduces the number of points he can gain. And also a close battle away back in Class C3 for modified cars over 2 litres between Jeff Tremolo and Jonathan Williamson. So the cars are coming down the hill. Here comes this lovely Chevron B45 of Nicola Minges, Philip George as this car last year. Before that, a classic Lola single-seater, and going well back to his Ingleton days when he raced Hillman Imps and bike engine, Imp engine Lotus Esprit, and then bigger engine Lotus Esprit as well. So George, a fierce racer back in the days of Ingleton 70s and 1980s. So 2 interesting cars coming up in this next batch, which you might want to look out for. Car 91 is Donald Laird driving what was a Formula 4 Eldon Mark 8, which was originally built up way back in 1970 by Danny Sullivan, who was a Formula 1 driver for Tyrrell and also Indianapolis 500 winner. When he came to Britain in the early 70s, he built up this Eldon at the Eldon factory, and was converted by Donald Laird in 2017 into the current setup, which is a twin cam engine and obviously wider proper racing tyres as opposed to Formula 4. Still in the Catnick Lintels livery that Danny ran, and this is Donald's first time with it. Donald used to race way back again at Ingleton in Formula 4s. And the other interesting car in this class is the John Albiston Brabham BT38. Last year he raced another Brabham BT38. That was a Formula 3 version. This one this year is a Formula 2 version in Jägermeister livery. So that was a livery which Graham Hill used in Formula 2, but unfortunately not this car. because it would probably worth a lot more if it was a Graham Hill car. But this is a car which has been raced recently in historic Formula 2 with a BDA engine, but this has now got a BDG engine, and it's unrecognisable probably from the car which Stuart Robb used to race at Ingliston in the 1970s, where the Faulkner aerodynamic bodywork. So even Stuart didn't recognise it when obviously John showed it to him. So the car was originally, when racing in Formula 2, was the Australian International Racing Organisation, AIRO, one of whose drivers was Alan Jones, Formula 1 world champion in 1979. Unfortunately, Alan Jones never drove this particular car, but it's got a long history behind it, and so John has now got 2 BT38s, but having settled into this new version, I think he's maybe looking to sell the other one, the Formula 3 version. Maybe go and talk to him if you're interested in a nice Formula 3 Brabham BT38. So those are 2 cars to look out for. And then you can't miss they both got orange. Well, the Jagermeister one's bright orange, and the Danny Sullivan, Donald Laird, Eldon is orange and black. So look out for those 2 cars in the classic classes M and N. So coming to the line now is should be car number 74. But it's not, because they're still changing drivers, so it's 65. So it's 60, actually it's Tom Weaver. Actually Tom Weaver having his rerun since he was red flagged on his previous run up the hill. So Tom Weaver in the Empire shared with his father, one of 2 Empires running in this class today. Tom was a hot shoe in Formula 4 a couple of years ago, and then they tried a couple of single seaters before they settled in this Empire last year. Oh, tail out over the top of East Bray, but safely negotiates that through the S's, off the finish line, followed up by Andy Short. So we're into the 1600cc class. Tom was the last of 1100cc cars. So how does that run of his place him? 41.23, so he was 3rd overall in practice, Tom Weaver. Pops up ahead of the Fleshers. So it's Andy Short in his OMS, first timer here at Doune. In the 600cc carbon fibre OMS, 45.64. So watch the next 2 cars now. These are our Scottish hot shoes at the moment. The first one, Simon Mackay. Simon Mackay due to by a Raptor. And the next he'll be followed by Stuart Sugden, who finished 10th in last year's National Championship. And they're running each other very closely this year in the Scottish Championship. Really quick through the bottom of East Bray there from Simon. For the moment, Stuart has the top in the 200s, and that a slightly slower from Simon Mackay. But Stuart started in purple 3-guard game, which means it's quicker than the class run. Cars on rails to almost seems like. Yeah, Stuart started purple through junction as well. Lost a bit there. I think the lift off came out of junction a little bit, so he's lost a little bit there, but he's 37.54, which keeps him in second quickest in class, quicker than his previous run. Olivia Cooper now in the fourth TA, former ladies record holder here. So she'll be slightly slower than Liam so far today, so she'll hope to get into the 42s with this one. And that split looks as though it should be a 40.58. That's better. 40.58, that's much better than Olivia. Alex Cole's now on the hill. Very quick off the line. Two seconds exactly for Alex off the line. And now heading up. We've got time for Alex Cole's of 38.84. David Warburton there slowing down, going up his bray. He was looking behind him as he came through junction, and he's certainly not at speed at all through the S's. So it looks like some problem with David's car, or is there? He's setting red times through the junction. Yeah, he's setting red times. Sorry, purple times through the junction. That's a 45.8. So something wrong with the car there as it came through junction. So I'm looking behind him to see if there's a problem. So it's Darren Gumley on the hill now. So another problem for David Warburton. Jude Jones practice and not time competitive run. He's still the fastest in the class after practice, but obviously if there's an issue, it's going to have to look at very quickly before the first time run. Yeah, I mean, David was well in time into junction, 18.99 seconds, quickest of everybody. But then they lost 5 seconds going across through to the S's. So it's Andrew Henson. Darren Gummins at 40.5, and Andrew Henson just go through the S's now. He had an issue in his first run, getting up to 2 litres. So Andrew Henson 44.2, yeah, a bit better his first 2 runs, as was Nicola, the shared co-driver. She had 56 the last time. And now Ian Tucker got up through the tunnel. Very quick off the line, Ian Tucker there, 2.07. Bit slower than his original time through junction. So now Jonathan Barley on the hill in this lovely Predator. Oh, okay, quite wide there at Oak Tree. Really quick up through Garden Gate. Best of the day so far. Jonathan, the class record holder in this car, running a TKD engine. The small 2-litre V8. Quick, best time through junction for Jonathan so far. And up through, in fact, leading the class time, which he is anyway, 39.01. It's a good second quicker. Ian Price will have something to say about that, perhaps, in his fourth. Although he's now nearly 2 seconds slower than Jonathan Inan with that last run of Jonathan's. good picture there of the start line with marshals getting ready to send Paul Hames on his way. 1300 turbocharged Gould GR59. Personal best at Gurston and Shelsley in the last 3 weeks. His first 26 seconds at Gurston, his first 3-second run at Shelsley. What can you do here? He's purple, but he's looking himself in the class, so he's purple 3 junction as well. So this could be a low 39s or 38 for Paul. Car just changes direction so easily, so well. Probably. It's a 38.29 for Paul. Best of the day so far. So now we get into big single seaters. It's Paul Crute in the Jaguar engined OMS. And that's Will Hall leaving the line. Oh, and Will spun it. And Will just spun the car at junction. Everything's okay, hasn't hit anything at all. He's just caught the inside curb, caught the inside edge, and spun through 360 nearly. But the car's okay, he's okay. Yeah, it's just dropped the wheel really on the inside edge, I think. So he's in the car still. It's a marshal there, car's perfectly okay. Didn't hit a barrier, so it probably just needs to be manoeuvred. Again, fortunately it's only practice.
We're going to roll on down.
So Matt Ryder's just getting pushed back there to allow. No, he's got to side yet. So that's a failed run there for Will Hall. He'll be coming back down and then go through to the paddock if he can, get past the queue.
He's going over there, Trev.
So a picture of Trevor Willis in the OMS. He's now sharing today with Simon Andrews. OMS 28, similar chassis to his own car, but a different engine. This TKD V8, 2.8 litres, as opposed to Trevor's normal 3.2 RPE Radical engine. And there's Scott Moran, 6 times British Hillclimb champion, currently second in the championship this year in the Gould GR59 that he shares with Graham Wynn. I haven't seen Graham today, so Sean driving it. Scott driving it by himself. So there's a view into the paddock here at Doune. The car's waiting to be pushed out of the paddock up to line when we get Will's car back. So if you're in the paddock and you're round about the chip van, give a wave to TV cameras and you'll get yourself on worldwide or YouTube. Go on Tom, give it a wave, Tom. Thank you, Tom. Tom New and Wallace there in the car. Just waiting to go. So Rich Dammy spotting a few interesting spectators. Alex Coles, Neil Coles there, and back of Wallace's car. And there's that lovely chevron of George Coles. Chevron B45. Grandson looking on, I'm sure, in envy. And then we're back to this is the Eldon I was talking about, the ex-Formula 4 Eldon, ex-Danny Sullivan Eldon. They're driven by Don Laird. And the lovely, closing in that rich, lovely brown BT38 of John Albiston. Isn't that a gorgeous looking car? So the view here of the paddock at Doune. And the car's ready to go for the next batch after. So all very efficient here. As soon as the cars in this batch get down, Jody will be starting off in 7:10 in the next batch for his last timed run, last competition run of the day. So I think Will's car's back. I heard him going back past me here. And we're ready to go again. So we're back to the start line. And here comes Matt Ryder up the line. Running number 5, 5th in the championship last year. And running 3rd in the championship this year so far. Just 4 points behind second place Scott Moran. So Matt's off the line. I presume they've swept all the dust away at junction. Matt up through the tunnel. 105 miles per hour. Yeah, still a bit dusty inside of the junction there, but safely through up to East Bray and over the top and off to the finish. That's a 37.27, which puts him at the moment second quickest in practice behind Alex Summers. So here's Trevor Willis, still getting used to the Simon Andrews car, probably slightly less powerful than his normal beast. So he's at 42 so far, Trevor. He's off now. No. So Trevor up through Garden Gate and his quicker time for himself, so he's getting quicker in the car all the way. 107 through a bit wide there at junction, but held on to well. And maybe a 40 for Trevor this time. There's a 41.62, so that's his quickest so far. So Scott's on the way up the hill, halfway up already. 110 through the speed trap and bottom of East Bray. They're all catching the into the edge of junction. Really. And so Scott 37.36 for Scott. Keeps him in 4th position. Alex Summers in the fastest car so far. Pinks all the way. If you hear the background, that's Wallace having a quick rev up there and spin the wheels. Alex on the top of East Bray. 29 to, that's probably the first under 30 for the S's. 35.60. Second, that's really quick. And finally, Wallace Ming is off the line. $114 for Wallace. Slightly wide at junction he was, rather than narrow, but he's safely threw it up over to East Bray. Really quick up the top of East Bray. And he's going to be just behind at 37.29. So 200s behind Matthew Ryder. So a bit slower pace now, Donald Laird in the classic Eldon. The Eldon Mark 8. Eldon, built by the Hampshire brothers. I think Peter Hampshire is still alive. Basically Formula 4 2000 manufacturer, but also some of the lower level sports cars, I think, and also Formula Renaults they built. And Donald's opposition, this class comes from a classic Mini. So this is a classic Mini of Tom Wilson, which I think is a rally spec Mini. So 56.48 for Donald Laird. Like the slower, so the best of the day is 55.66. Now Tom Wilson in his Mini. And then George Cohill in the Chevron B45. Good to see a few people up the hill watching this afternoon. So George will be followed up by the last car of the runs, which is John Alveston in that Brabham. So a time for Tom Wilson of 63.02. And George Cole 46.98. So the next car on the hill, after John Albison's finish in 49.66, is Jody Gordon in the Peugeot 205, and he's running the Scottish Championship. And this is his final timed competition run. He's leading the class at the moment. And he'll be followed up by Alex Howells, double driving the car with wife Jenny, and this is his competition run of today. This is first time competition run for Alex Howells in the Hillman Super Imp. So Jody Gordon's time is a 54.21, which is his quickest of the day and should see him winning the class. Alex Howells Super Imp, obviously showing reds because the first runner of the day in the British Championship classes, 53 miles per hour through the avenue. And he's following Malcolm McDonald, who's in the Scottish class again. So Alex Howells 55.66 to the S's, still going through. Malcolm McDonald is the Audi, the shared Audi, then followed by Alan Nicol in the shared Caterham. So time for Alex Howells is 67.02. So that's his first competition run. Malcolm McDonald's time is 64.82. That's a good improvement there for Malcolm. But he still leaves him third in class in the Audi in the Class A2, the Scottish Championship. So Alan Nicol now on the hill and finishes at 47.81. And And that's his first run in the national class. He's followed by Alan Reid in the Peugeot 205 in the Class C2, the national runners. And obviously Alan now showing as purple through Garden Gate as the quickest in the class, as the first in the class to run. Oh, wheel up. That's the rear wheel through junction. Alan Reid. So Alan Reid finishes at 49.72. Yes, that's the end of that first batch, that last batch, and the first batch. So the last batch of the practice for the nationals and the first batch for the first competition runs. So I'm as confused as you are. But here we go. We've got one more batch to come of Scottish runners. And once we've got those done, we'll have final class positions for the Scottish Championship ones. And then, I say we've got one competition run for the national championship classes, and then we have a top 12 runoff. And then unusually we then wait until tomorrow until we have a second set of runs and runoff. So I hope you can hear me up the hill. I see some people are sitting near East Bray. I know there's no speakers in that part of the hill, but I hope you're enjoying the view of the cars as they go up past you on that steeper part of the course. As the big end, there's Alex Summers, currently fastest time in practice, and that DJ Firestorm. A model of car, of course, which Wallace Mingies drove for a while before he reverted to using a Gould, the GR55, and then the current GR59, in which he's won his 3 championships, the last 3 British championships. So we've got lots of champions here, and amongst our top runners, we've got Scott Moran with 6, we've got Wallace with 3, Trevor Willis is 3, and of course Alex Summers won it in 2015 as well. So very high class of drivers here we have at Doune this weekend. Replay coming up, and it's Will Hall's spin here at Junction Shore. He spun before the corner. In fact, he spun before the corner. The back end stepped out, and the front of the car impacted on the inside curb line, the inside bank of dust. So he actually lost the back end before he got to the corner, and it was the front end that dug in and then spun him around. So hopefully there's no damage to the bodywork at the front. These front Gould wings don't come cheap. So there goes Jody Gordon down the hill, and he'll be handing over to his father. So that's a view of the Essex going down. Where the camera is positioned is actually a right-hand corner, a left-hand corner, The last of the S is the left hand, which goes round behind the camera there. You can see that if you watch a YouTube or in-car camera of Doune. There's that left-hand corner just at the end before the fairly short finishing straight, and then a heavy braking to turn left into holding paddock at the top of the hill. Paul Hames go through the camera there. And many more to come after him. Well, I remember we talked about Jonathan Varley and the GWR Predator. Gursted down 3 weeks ago. Jonathan, unfortunately, ran a bit wide at the exit of Hollow Bend and speed across into the grass in the infield, and basically made a mess of the under tray. And from Gurston, which is Wiltshire, the south of England, he then had to drive all the way up to Aberdeen to Graham White's factory, where Graham managed to fit a new floor in 3 or 4 days, so that the car was back again at Shelsley Walsh the following weekend for Jonathan to take up the hill competitively there. So fortunately, Jonathan didn't have to go back up to get the car from Aberdeen. I believe Steve Marr got it back down to Shelsley for Jonathan the following weekend. But yeah, Jonathan on the Saturday at Gurston, perhaps fortunately, he was able to get up to Aberdeen on the Sunday, get it repaired and back down for Shelsley the following weekend. So a good work there by Graham White up in Aberdeen, who of course built not just the Predator but all the Raptors you see as well. So now a car come to line, and we're into Scottish Championship classes. So this is Anthony Reid. There are lots of Reids competing here today. I counted about 5 or 6 actually. So Anthony Reid from his Datsun Cherry. Standard road going car, his first year in the car. And he's off the line. 2.99, so quite a slow obviously from the start line. And he's from Renfrew. So in the Datsun Cherry. He's third of the class at the moment, not surprisingly behind the Peugeot 205 pairing. And he's followed up the hill by Brian Hunter in the Twingo in Class A2. So Anthony Reid safely through the tunnel, and he seems to be doing his best times of the day so far. 54 miles per hour. Nearly lifts the rear wheel on the inside going through the junction. Heeling well over and safely up to the steep part of East Bray and off to the finish line. Brian Hunter meanwhile in the Twingo has left the line, and he'll be followed by Ian Crawford in his Twingo. So both these cars running in Class A2. Although only Ian's showing the programme, Brian has transferred for a different class. Time for Anthony Reid 66.41. So that's his best of the day, but leaves him third in class. So heading on to Class A2, and it's Brian Hunter, who is actually leading after the first 2 runs. And behind Brian Hunter, Ian Crawford. Brian through the S's now in the blue Twingo, while Ian Crawford's coming up through Oak Tree in the white one. Needs a red. Anyone want to buy run a red Twingo? Maybe we could have the Italian job up doing hill climb, blue, white and red Twingos. Anyway, I'm babbling again, but here we go. Ian Crawford in the Twingo, heading up towards junction. Brian Hunter's time was a 63.50, which is actually the slowest time of the day. So there's a chance for Ian Crawford perhaps to take the lead. Need to find just under a second. And also in the hill now is David Reid in the Subaru. So Ian Crawford. No, 63.66. That's just a little bit slower. So second in class. And on the hill, David Reid running in class A3 against the next car. So David Reid in his Subaru against Jim Howarth in his Mini Cooper S. So David Reid over line 49.31, which is his best time of the day. And Jim Howarth's best time so far to 58. So I think we can say David Reid's in that class. Callum Norris in Silver Right. Next up in class A4, running on his own. So time for Jim Howarth of 57.66. It's his best time of the day. Sandy Reid follows up Callum Norris. Although he hasn't left the line yet. Sandy Reid in the Lugo. So Callum Norris going pretty well through up the hill, the Silver Right. Rear engine 1 litre. Quite a Yamaha engine, but I'm not sure what that one is. 54.9. Just slower in his first run, but in a class by himself, so he's going to win that class. Next up, Neil Ross in the Porsche will leave the line after Sandy Reid. And I can hear Neil Ross leaving the line now. Here's Sandy Reid in this Lego. Sandy, former mechanic for Stan Bernard apparently, who raced Porsches at Knockhill in the Scottish Classic Championship. So Sandy Reid from Perth. .02 his fastest time, and it looks like Neil Ross is also doing his fastest time at the moment of the day. And Michael King has left the line in the first of the Mazdas. So yes, Neil Ross appears to be doing his quickest time of the day. It's 56.51 for Neil Ross. That's a good second quicker than earlier runs. Now the 4-car Mazdas. So it's Michael King. Who's like second in class behind Neil Goodwood. 2.85 for Neil Goodwood. So can Michael King beat that? No, he can't. It's 53.23. And Jim King now on the hill. Father of Michael. Jim King, 71 miles per hour up through the speed trap. And followed by Alan Cuthbert in the next of the Mazdas. Jim King just through the S's now. 54.96 for Jim King. So a time for Jim King of 54.96, which is the slowest of the day. Alan Cuthbert at 59.47. Neil Goodwood, who has the class 1, but he wanted to beat his earlier time. So Neil Goodwood is a 52.59 for Neil. That's his best time of the day, and that will win the class. Sean lowering himself in the Class B2. But again, he was purples to junction, but he must have lost some time. So he's obviously going to be slightly slower than before, 57.17, so 100th slower than the second best time. Campbell Gordon now back up to Class A1, father of Jodie. They're all the way down from Thrumster, up near the old Rumster here, HillClimb up in Caithness. So Campbell Gordon, 57.24. Kenneth Stirling 53.82. Andrew Grover on the hill, and then we get Callum Marshall, and look out for this car on the hill and online. This is the drift specification Nissan 200 turbocharged of Callum Marshall. Lots of wheel spin, not sure that's very good away from the line. Oh, he's sideways at the first corner. So he's up through the tunnel now, and up through the avenue to 71 miles per hour, sideways through the junction, more black lines out of junction. Oh, a bit more sedate through Bottombeach Bray at the top. Oh, sideways at the top in the rough. Oh well, that's cleaning for the marshals now. Combination of dust and tyre smoke, I think, and the red flag, I imagine, to clean up the mess from that last run. So Alex been stopped. So 56.13 from Callum Marshall. Maybe a bit less tyre smoke, might make it a bit quicker, but certainly good to watch. But Alex Hazelwood coming back into the to get turned around. So Alex Hazelwood being pushed back towards the start line, ready to start once the track has been cleared up. After that display from Colin Marshall, a bit of exuberance, should we say, and a bit of extra work for the marshals. Alex Hazelwood leaves the line now. Calm down after the Colin Marshall. But black lines at the first corner there you can see now from Marshall's tyre smoking. I think I missed the time for Andrew Grover. Andrew Grover's time was 46.52. So Alex Hazelwood heading up toward the end of his run, followed by Tom Kenny in the little Ginetta G15. Time for Alex Hazelwood is a 71.97. So Tom Kenny will be followed up by Kieran Bailey in his Lotus 7. Kieran has already broken his record twice today. Tom Kenny is 63.65. So can Kieran Bailey break his own record he set a couple of hours ago? 50.39 was the record. Kieran going quickly up there and over the top of East Bray. So after Kieran we've got Laura Wardle on the hill in the lovely Porsche 911. So we're on to the her first competition run. Well, on the run of the day. Time for Kieran, 49.33 for Kieran Bailey. Another new class record. A full second quicker than his earlier run. So that's gone from 52.2 down to 49.33. That class record today. So Laura Wardle on the line, class C3, modified production cars over 2 litres, 59.93. And the final run in this class is John McQuillan in the Fisher Fury. Sports Liebers up to 2 litres. A bit outgunned by later runners with pure sports racing cars. But John and Mike do the full season this year. of British Hillclimb Cup rounds. And it's a 59.90 for John McQuillan. And the record trucks are up the hill now, so somebody must require assistance back down again. So at the end of the day for the Scottish Championship runners, Class A1 has been won today by Jody Gordon in a 54.21. Second, Campbell Gordon, 57.24. And third, Anthony Reid, 66.41. We don't seem to have seen John Keane in the Audi for a second time. And he should have been, I think, in the last batch. So we'll assume he's not taking a run because he's no longer in sequence. So winning that class is Brian Hunter in the Twingo in a 63.16. Second is Ian Crawford in the Twingo, 63.54. Third, Malcolm McDonald in the Audi, 64.82. So I should go back to the last class A1. In fact, Campbell Gordon's second winning time was 57.18, not 57.24. So it's 54.21 for Jody, 57.18 for Campbell. So a win for Jody Gordon in Class A1, a win for Brian Hunter in Class A2. Class A3 goes to David Reid with a 49.31. Followed by Jim Howarth at 57.66. Class A4, Callum Norris running by himself, 54.85. Class A6, Sandy Reid running by himself, 62.02. Class A8, Neil Ross also running by himself, 56.51. In the Mazda class, Mazda is won by Neil Godwood at a 52.59. Only 400ths away from Ross Glenn's class record. So maybe we'll see a quicker run tomorrow. So second was Michael King, 53.23. Third, Jim King, 54.80. And fourth, Alan Cuthbert, 58.53. John Lowe by himself in Class B2, 56.61. And Andrew Grover by himself, Class B4, 46.52. So that's the batch to the paddock, and just finishing off these classes. Class B6, Kenneth Sutherland, again himself, 53.03. Colin Marshall in Nissan, 56.09. And the classic class, Kieran Bailey with that new record, 49.33. Tom Kenny, 63.65. Sorry, 62.74. Tom Kenny, 62.74. And Alex Hazelwood, 71.60. So now we're starting the only timed run, the only competition run of the day for the national classes. We've had two runners so far. Four runners so far. Five runners so far, sorry. Five runners. We've had Alex Howells, we've had Alan Nichol, we've had Alan Reid, Laura Wardle and John McQuillan. So now, for the rest of the afternoon, we now do the competition runs for the British Hillclimb Cup and British Hillclimb Championship. The British Hillclimb Cup awards points on the positions at the end of each of the timed runs. So competitors today in these classes are competing for points in the British Hillclimb Cup. Depending on where you finish in the class compared to the whole class, not just your other class competitors in the championship, because not everybody is registered for the championship or the cup. So for example, in the first class of A1, we have 8 runners, but only number 16 and number 17, James Hudson and Jonathan Langmead, are actually registered for the British Hillclimb Cup and will score points. Depending where they finish in the class, 9 for first, 6 second, 4, 3, 2, 1, down to 6th. Where a class is fewer than 6 starters, then the number of points are reduced. So for example, in the Class A2, Rodney Isles is entered for the Cup, but there's only two competitors in that class, so he will not score the full quota of points if he wins the class. Or if he comes second, he will not score his full quota of points he might otherwise do. So, having had practice now for most of the drivers, now time to start getting serious and going for those points, and also trying to qualify for the British Championship runoff at the end of the afternoon. And by my reckoning, we have about 40. I reckon we have 44 people here competing today who are entered for the British Hillclimb Championship and could qualify for a runoff. As in theory. In practice, it's probably 15 or 16, maybe 18, who have a chance of qualifying if things go to plan and we don't have any rain. So, but obviously if we do have issues, then some of the others may qualify. Really looking towards Class L, the larger engine single-seaters for a number of the qualifiers, but also obviously all levels of single-seaters down to 1100 have qualified this year already. And then the sports cars, for example, Al McDonald, and the Richard Matossi is also entered, I believe. So it's really the single-seaters are the main people you see hoping to qualify for the championship runoff. So here come the first cars up to the line. So hopefully up the hill you can hear me and you'll hear what is happening. So the first car on the line, and I'll try and tell you who's a registered contender. But the first car on the line is Jenny Howells in the Hillman Imp. And she leaves the line now, and the only time set so far in this class is Alex Howells, 67.02. So Jenny currently up on Alex's at Garden Gate. Intermediate time, Jenny's showing a purple, has been quickest in the class. And she's followed by John Hamilton in a Rover Mini, in the original Mini, this one, not a BMW Mini. Also at 5cc, John comes from Livingston. So a time for Jenny Howells is 62.93. A new class record there for Robbie Burrell, 49.62. So 2 class records there, the first 2 classes. Tim Higgins just finishing now in a 62.55. And John Pick on the hill in this AMS. I think it's going to be a bit slower than Tim at the moment. Or maybe slower than Alan Nicol, who leads the class at the moment. So he should be a bit par with Tim Higgins. 53.65. And the last one's Craig Nicol flinging it through Junction. Craig is the record holder in this class, but a 43.59 is his record. And his quickest in practice was the 46.06. So let's see what he can do in the competition runs. 45.68 for Craig Nicol, wins the class. From Alan Nicol, John Pick and Tim Higgins. And John and Tim are both cup contenders. Eric Murray running himself in the class for Class C1. Modified series reduction up to 1400. And Eric Murray of 52.41 obviously wins the class. Ross Sutherland, GPS 0. Modified production 1402 litres. That looks as though it's going slowly and is in trouble because it's 40 miles per hour up towards junction and is already into 58 seconds. So it looks as though that car of Ross Sutherland's is not running properly at all. So will he get to top before James Clark? Well, Ross Sutherland's time's still going, but in fact they've blown the hooter. I think. Yep, James Clark being given the red flag because Ross Sutherland has stopped at the beginning of the S's. He's been going slower and slower all the way from the avenue up towards the junction, and he's now stopped at the start of the S's. Obviously, a car failure there for Ross. Marshall's just talking to the driver now, and they're going to push him. Well, work out which way to push him, I think, at the moment. Do they send him back down, or do they wait for help? Actually pushing him back, so maybe we're going to turn him at the top of East Bray and push him back down the hill. So a bit of a break at the moment while we get this car rescued. So James Clark there in the Peugeot being turned around at junction. Marshals in attendance. So as usual we have to thank the marshals very much for all their hard work today and in advance for tomorrow, because there's two more of them trying to turn Ross Sutherland's car. Oh, maybe something wrong with the front wheel, I'm not sure. But yeah, they're pushing it back. Oh, there's three of them working on it now. Get it over the curb. Don't get it wedged on top of the curb. So not a lot of lock at the moment on the car. So here comes James Clark coming back down the hill. So let's reflect on those first few classes. So class A1. So a new record for James Hudson by 0.39, 50.30. The record was set last year by Robert Marwood, another visitor from down south. So James Hudson, his second visit here to Doune, claims the record. Second place was Derek Rothney, 51.17. And third, John Langmaid, 51.29. So that's not so good for John in the British Hillclimb Cup point situation. Class A2, fairly easy win there for Robbie Birrell with a new class record. See, Robbie is not registered for the Cup, but he is registered for the Championship because he was meant to be competing on a single seater this year. But win class with Robbie Birrell, 49.62 today. Of course, I say a class win. The actual class awards are based on the times today and tomorrow. So these are class wins as far as today's run is concerned and as far as points are concerned. But to win an award is a better time of your two runs today and tomorrow. So in Class B, we have Craig Nicholl with a 45.68. Shots ahead of Alan Nicholl, 47.81. And then John Pick, 53.65. And Tim Higgins, 62.55. So a bit of a break now while we get Ross Sutherland's car either down the hill or into a safe position. That's a fail for Ross. So here he comes, coming down past Oak Tree now. So he'll be back down in the paddock very shortly. And we'll get action continue. Thank you, Javier. Javier tuning in from Spain. Hooked to British Hillclimb. So welcome, Javier. I hope you enjoy the variety of hills we have here in Spain. And Gerald Martin, can't thank you enough for the live streams. It's a great sport, and hopefully this will enable more people to share in it. Well, we hope so too. If you've enjoyed watching it, encourage your friends to watch it on YouTube as well. And Chris Bowen from near Cardwell Park, where he's at the historic festival tomorrow. He's enjoying the coverage here from Doune. So a few messages in there from around the world, around Britain, and there's Ross Sutherland coming back down through the start line to be shoved back to paddock when there's a space in the queue. Just coming to rest outside my door, and James Clark being turned around, and we'll go back and don't reverse into timing strut. We'll get him on the way very shortly. Yep, Tim Thompson, Clark, of course, happy with him. Thumbs up. So here we go, ready to start timing again. And Jonathan Loudon going up to help line the car up. If you're new to hill climbing, they are lined up with the black strut in front of the car, called the Burt strut, after Patsy Burt, who in the first person to use them back in 1970s. Burt, the first British sprint champion, Patsy Burt. 1970 in the McLaren M3 Oldsmobile, if you're interested. James Clark in the Peugeot heading up through the tunnel, and he'll be followed by Jock Ramsey in the Opel Manta. So Jock was third quickest in practice. And we'll see how he goes now. 53.09 and more for James Clark through the S's. He'll be into the 60s, and Jock through into junction. And up through East Bray now. So time for James Clark is 63.21 for James Clark. 63.21. So Jock Ramsey is registered for the British Hillclimb Cup. And followed up by Stuart Reid, as record holder. Quite wide through a junction there. Oh, really bounces over. Stuart bounces off the curbs at East Pub East Bray. This is a real try and run this one. He's really trying here. He's a 45 record. There's a 46.50. Not far away from his record, 46.50. Jock Ramsey's time. Jock Ramsey's time is 49.51. 49s today. David Patterson, the 106 Peugeot. He was second quickest in practice. That's right in this class, so Stuart Reid's leading at the moment. And I think he'll win the class. 48.03. David Patterson is second. Jonathan Williamson now in the shared Carrera. .72 miles per hour through speed trap. Followed by Jeff Tremlow, so a big battle between the two Southwesterners. Jonathan from Taunton and Jeff from Saltash and I think from Cornwall. Cannonstown, I think it comes from in Cornwall. Jonathan Williamson, 54.72. Jeff runs wide at the top of his spray into the gutter, kicks up the dust. You should know that when he's been here often enough. Can he be a 54.72? 53.76 from Jeff. That currently leads the class, but Andrew Norris has been going quicker through the day. Well, Andrew Norris has got to a 56, so a few more seconds from Andrew to get to the top of the class. All 4 runners in this class are registered for the British Hillclimb Cup. And Andrew, as I said, lives near Shelsley Walsh, about a mile away. And Stuart down the Caterham, but time for Andrew Norris 54.68. That sneaks into second position. That's a lot quicker than he was in practice, but sneaks in 400 ahead of Jonathan Williamson. So class win for Jeff Tremlow, Andrew Norris second, Jonathan Williamson third. So Stuart Dow in the Caterham, 40. Stuart Dow from Dunfermline. There's a 45.85 for Stuart. Followed by Mike West in the Fisher Fury and John Ramsey in the Vauxhall Nova. So coming quick and fast, quick and fast here, quick and one after. Mike West, John Ramsey, both the hill. Mike West 55.60, and John Ramsey still coming up through Junction. It's a quick little Nova of John Ramsey. Melvin Hartley in the Westfield and John Ramsey 51.12 currently leads the class, but we've got 3 more quick ones to come. But Melvin Hartley back in Class D against Stuart Dow, the other opposition. Melvin and Westfield Mega Booster 1300 cc's. Richard Dawson leads the line, and there's OMS. First of the sports cars, shall we say, who was the second quickest in practice. Time for Melvin and McTossian now, quick through Junction, followed by Brian Beverley in the Westfield. This is a really good run from McTossian. Richard McTossian also last year ran the GWR Raptor. 44.68 for Richard. 44.68. I think the fastest time of the day so far. Indeed. So that's a qualifying time. Brian Beverley now in the Westfield. And he's going quicker now, so he could be in the 43. And Mal McDonald in the fourth. For Brian Beverley, 44.20. Now fastest time so far. Alan McDonald in the supercharged 1300cc Force. He's going quicker up through Garden Gate. And 87 miles an hour through speed trap up towards Junction. Not quite so quick now as Beverly. This is time there between Garden Gate and Junction. Heading up towards the finish is Ben Hamer. Leaves the line. Oh no, he didn't. He's been pushed back. I thought it had gone a bit quiet. Alan McDonald, 44.66. So we're in second position, just 200ths ahead of Richard Matossian. So that class won by Brian Beverly, 44.2. From Alan McDonald, 44.66. And Rich Matossian, 44.68. So yeah, Ben Hamer just been pushed back there. And apparently the drive shaft is gone. I thought I heard a bang and a pop, and that's what's probably Ben's car. So that puts him and Will Kerr out of this run, I'd imagine. So far we've had two qualifiers for the championship, two qualifying times for the championship. Let's see, qualifying times. Separated by 200ths of a second, Alan McDonald and Richard Matossian. So, with Ben Hamer having an issue there, it's in Jonathan Flesher. Jonathan Flesher comes to the line. Car 773 and there's OMS 28. So there's double driven cars in the single-seater class. So Jonathan was fifth fastest in practice, just behind son Dylan. And Jonathan going quickest of all so far. Yeah, you can imagine he's got the quickest time of the runners we've seen so far. Followed by Richard Weaver. So Jonathan's time is a 42.20. That's the quickest of the day so far in the competition runs. Yeah, we always get confused with parts of the competition when we say best time of the day so far, but since competition runs the practice runs don't count for fastest times of day, they are only practice after all. Well, there could be a debate to be had about that. Richard Weaver now near the top of the hill. It is Empire Evo, 45.42 for Richard Weaver. And he's followed by Richard Summers in the DJ Firehawk. Richard followed by Lindsay in the Van Diemen. So 44.09 for Richard Summers. And Lindsay in the Van Diemen she's sharing with Sarah Bosworth. Van Diemen produced many hundreds, probably thousands of Formula 4s over the last 50 years. Van Diemen named the Van Diemen after the original name for Tasmania. Tasmania was the home of Ross Ambrose, who was the founder of Van Diemen with Ralph Furman. And the first cars were called the Van Diemen in recognition of Ross Ambrose, although he soon left the company not long afterwards. So that was 1973, 50 years ago. So Lindsay Summers, 53.98. There's still lots of Van Diemens running around the world. So that's the end of a batch, and we can go back to the. I gave you the first two classes, I think. Third class was won by Craig Nicholl, head of Alan Nicholl and John Pick, and then Eric Morey running his own in Class C1. Class C2 in the end was won, or winning that run was won by Stuart Reid from David Patterson, Jock Ramsey, Alan Reid and James Clark. So a time of 46.5 for Stuart Reid, within the second of his own record, which he set this time last year. Class C3 for modified steers production, over 2 litres, won by Jeff Twemlow. Today, 53.76 ahead of Andrew Norris, 54.68, and Jonathan Williamson, 54.72. Modified special production, Class D, won by Stuart Doune, 45.85, Melvin Hartley, 53.19, and then Class F, Sports Labours, won by Brian Beverley, 44.2, head of Alan McDonald, 44.66, and Richard McDossian, 44.68. So that's the results of the first competition batch so far of the first classes, and really now we're all about single seaters apart from 2 very fast sports cars. So 2 more batches to go, and then the top 12 runners in the top 12 runoff. Jeff Twemlow going through the picture there, winner of the, or leader of the his class in the 4-wheel drive Subaru Impreza. And there's Rodney Isles in the lovely Alfa Romeo. There's the AMS Bertaya of John Pick. John Pick also owns one of the very, very earliest original Mini Cooper S's. And if you're a reader in Britain of the Daily Telegraph, you'd have seen a picture of him during the week. He was pictured polishing the car with his wife at a classic car show, with their spaniels sitting watching them. But John, yes, a lovely old Mini he has. I think it's probably the oldest Mini Cooper S in existence. Original Mini Cooper S. John also owns, I think he still owns an MG Metro 6R4, which he won in a magazine competition. Classic and sports car many years ago, ran a couple of magazine competitions. The first one was a chance to win Aston Martin, and then the second was the chance to win this Metro 6R4, which John has had out, I believe, recently. I think I saw it once recently on the original tyres, so it wasn't going very quickly, but it was a genuine MG Metro 6R4. And there aren't many original ones of them left. So, here we go, batch number 4, I think it is now, or is it 3? No, it's batch number 3. Batch 3, first car up will be David Seaton in his Ligier. name for the past, obviously, Ligier. Formula One cars from the 1970s, 80s, 90s. Guy Ligier raced himself in Formula One in various variety of customer cars, Coopers, etc. Then started producing his own road cars to begin with, and road sports cars, sports coupes for the road and for early competition. And then he produced his first Formula One car called the Flying Teapot, because it had an incredibly large airbox on it. Cars Ligier GS53, and the GS stands for Joe Schlescher, who was killed in a Formula One race at Rouen. Great friend of Guy Ligier, so GS is in honour of Joe Schlescher. So David seated on the line in the GS53. And he's away. Going to be well that time. Whoa. And yes, David sitting away from the line. Just the two cars in this class, both French, Ligier and Norma. Duncan Barnes and Norma coming up, competed with it as a normal aspirated 2 litre before he put a turbocharger. And as I said earlier, he's leading the British Hillclimb Cup in it at the moment, but he won't score many points today with just 2 in the class. But David Seaton up over East Bray. And Duncan has left line, go through Oak Tree. So David Seaton 49.27 for David. So that's David's fastest of the day. There's Duncan Barnes going over the top of East Bray and through the S's. Pulls the road, that car, through the S's. And on the hill now, in single seaters, Rory Seaton in the mega pin. Duncan Barnes 45.72. And Rory Seaton followed up by Tom Graham. Tom Graham in a mega pin K7. As opposed to Rory's K9. Rory 49.72. Tom Graham followed up by Colin Graham in an OMS. The two Grahams unrelated from Wishaw in Lanarkshire, here in Scotland. So Tom Graham's time 47.64. All the cars in this class run with Suzuki engines apart from the Will Kerr Ben Hamer car, which was a Kawasaki. The next after Colin Graham on the hill was Leslie Sheridan in the Reynard 903, a Formula 3 Reynard from 1990, converted by Terry Davis into a HillClimb car. Colin Graham 46.08. Leslie Sheridan followed by Charlie Forsyth in his 130R. So Leslie Sheridan 48.33. 48.33. Pushed currently into 6th in class. And here comes Charlie Forsyth. And he'll be followed by Stuart Bayliss in the Jedi. Jedi is produced by John Corbin in Northamptonshire originally. Charlie Forsyth at 44.61, which currently is second in class. third in class, but a lot more quicker ones to come, and the first one's Stuart Bayliss. The Jedi. Stuart from Worcester. Stuart up towards Junction. Sure, it's very wide there before the last corner, almost on the very close to the barrier on the last corner. It's safely across the line. 50.91 for Stuart Bayliss. Mark Schlanker followed by Debbie Summers. Debbie setting red figures on the way up, so she's quickest car in the competition runs so far. So up through East Bray, she's won the class at Gerson Doune a couple of weekends ago before the engine went pop. So Debbie up, I said, but it's low 40s. 41.72 for Debbie is the fastest time of the day so far in the competition runs. There's your pit on the hill. Mark Schlanker's time of the way was 45.50. Currently Debbie leads the class from Jonathan Fisher and Richard Summers. There's your pit on the hill. MS 3000. Good picture there. Good picture there. Good picture there of Tom Weaver leaving the line in the Empire. Tom was in the top 3 in practice. Digel Pit, 45.89. So Gary Warren, who is quickest in practice, is ready to come on the hill. So Tom Weaver is through Junction, is now heading, bumps about over the curb at East Bray. But Tom Weaver's going quickly up, should be quicker than Debbie perhaps over the line. It's a 40.23 for Tom, 40.23. Gary Warren now is hitting a red number 3 Junction, so he'll be going quicker than Tom. Yeah, he's quicker through the S as well. So this could be a new fastest time. 40 seconds exactly for Gary Warren. He's not registered the championship though, so good time but no chance of qualifying. Gavin McLaren. Runner. Gavin McLaren 47.12. Stuart Bickley now, first time to he's getting a bit of attention on the line there. I don't know what he's doing, father's doing something. Oh, maybe tightening something up, I'm not sure. A bit worrying, but he's ready to go now. On the edge of the screen, if you're online, you can see the class positions. Stuart Bickley away in one of the new Force TAs. He'll be followed up by Dave Tatham. Stuart pushing it hard through. Stuart pushing it hard through the junction there. And, yeah, interesting line through the S's. But it's probably Dave Tatham, this new DJ Firehawk. 41.4 for Stuart Bickley. Third position. Head of Debbie. Dave Tatham. Dave Tatham's on red now, so he'll be. That means he's probably going to be like sub 40 perhaps. Gary Warren is quickest so far. So this looks like a sub 40 from Dave Tatham. If he survives the last corner. 39.48 Dave Tatham. So that's going to take the class, I think, unless Dylan Flesher can prove me wrong. But Dylan's the realer numbers so far, so in fact Dylan slowed right down. He slowed down going up through the across the meadow. That car is coming to a halt. Definitely a red flag there for Sarah Bosworth, because Dylan has come to a halt just before the bottom of East Bray. So a wee while here now till we get this car removed and decide what to do with it. I think we're going back down the hill, obviously. I'm not sure they can push it all the way back to junction. But the wreck has just left, so we'll be giving it a helping hand. Dylan clambers out of the car, everything's perfectly okay. The car just seemed to die coming up through the tunnel. And this came to a halt. So that's a shame. They are pushing it back a little bit. They're going to try and turn it. Don't get it. Don't. No, you get it. Now you got to watch the floor now. Oh, gee. Oh, you're so. Delicate things. So the car has been successfully 3-point turned by the marshals, and it's been tished up the tow truck and will be towed down the hill. Get Dylan back in the car, I imagine. Oh, right. Did he have to put his helmet on again? Doesn't he? Yeah. Yep, helmet's on, gloves are on. And he's got to hold the rope now. Well, he come up. Okay, we'll have a break while the marshals get back up the hill towards their post. And we'll be on the way again once this car gets back to paddock. So that's Dylan failed to finish there. So that's actually the end of those class runners, I believe, in that class. Yeah, Will Kerr was a... Ben Hare was a fail, and obviously Will Kerr is a broken drive shaft, so I don't see Will this run. So after all the cars have run in that class I, for race cars up to 1100 cc's, the class lead at the moment, and the winner of this particular run is Dave Tatham, a 39.48 from Gary Warren with a 40 seconds exactly. Tom Weaver 40.23, Stuart Bickley 41.4, Debbie Summers in 5th 41.72, Jonathan Fletcher 42.2, Richard Summers 44.09, Charlie Forsyth 44.61, and Richard Weaver 45.42. So Dave Tatham currently sitting on best time of the day of this afternoon's competition. But obviously lots more of quick runners to come in the other single-seater classes. So that is the end of that 1100cc class. We have Sarah Bosworth to go up in a rerun in the Formula Ford. Just a public service announcement. Somebody's lost a set of Mercedes-Benz car keys. So if you find a set of Mercedes-Benz car keys, could you bring them to the secretary's office? Don't go and try all the cars in the paddock. Bring them to the secretary's office. That's a set of Mercedes-Benz car keys. Thank you very much. So Sarah Bosworth on the line. Number 71, and she's away. First of the 300cc cars, Liam Cooper in the Porsche TA. So this is the first of the double drivers for this class. Cole Cole's on the way up the hill. Neil, father of youngster Alex. But also, and he's slowing down, is he? Through the... Oh, Neil Cole's is now slowed down through the tunnel. So another car coming to a halt here. So Neil Coles has failed to appear at the top end of the tunnel. So we'll have to see what happened to him. He didn't look to hit anything. He just started slowing out of Garden Gate. So there'll be a slight delay again here while we rescue Neil.
On the Barcelona is all good, yeah?
So a failed run there for Neil Coles, I'm afraid. So going by time for Sarah Bosworth was 52.39. So we get a rush here of cars just coming to a halt for no apparent reason. Neil's now reversing back down towards Garden Gate with a marshal steering him on the front of the car. So he'll next appear, presumably going down the right direction once he gets turned at Garden Gate. We've got a clear track for him to come down. Fortunately here at Doune, it's downhill all the way, really, from Junction. Marshal's running up, so obviously Neil's been released and into the hands of the marshal at Garden Gate. So Alan Warburton waiting on the line. And Alex Cole's waiting also as well to find out what's happened to his car. His dad broken it again. So Alex Cole's down the bottom of the hill now. Neil Cole's down the bottom of the hill with his car and just leaving it there. So Alan Warburton leaves the line in the Gould. 2.14 seconds. Fastest so far after the first 64 feet. And up through tunnel towards junction. Still showing purple sectors for the class, so the quickest so far. If we gave you Liam Cooper's time was a 41.22. Neil Coles was a fail. Alan Warburton heading to the top of the hill. And this car is also 48.18. And that's a fairly slow time for Alan Warburton. Yes, it looks like Alan Warburton in trouble there as well, at the top of the hill. 48.18 is a good 8 or so seconds slower than expected. Nicola Dearden there, a 56.98. And then Sean Gould is on the line. Steve Owen heading up over the East Bray in Ian Tucker's OMS. Steve Owen 43.86. So Sean Gould, first of the big class cars, obviously setting red numbers all the way up, so this is the fastest time of the day so far. For Sean, number 705 is a 37.37 for Sean. And Simon Andrews, number 86. Now running as a double driver because of a change in circumstances with respect to Trevor Willis. So Simon Andrews heading up to the top of the hill with Dave Uren in the Force TA following on behind. The bad news is that Nicola Mingus apparently, Nicola Mingus and Fowler George will not be racing again because their Chevron has lost its engine. Although it must have happened at the end of George's last practice run because he got to the top and could have scored a good time. So Dave Uren heading up towards top of East Bray. Simon Andrews' time 44.89. Dave Uren looks always going to be the quickest in the class. 40.86 for Dave. 40.86. I think in that class we also missed Steve Marr, who felt should have been coming up in that batch, double driving with Richard Spedding. Hope that doesn't mean trouble for Richard. So Steve Marr didn't appear in that run. This is Nicola as an non-starter as well. So yeah, so hopefully we'll see Richard Spedding coming up in the next batch. But fastest qualifier at the moment looks like it is Dave Tatham with a 39.48 still. Oh no, sorry, Sean Gould of course has been up as well. Moving down a couple. Sean Gould 37.37 of course. Sean Gould fastest qualifier at the moment, ahead of David Tatham. So the car's coming downhill now. That was David's seat, I think, when out of picture.
I cleaned one of them out the other week.
As soon as you start cleaning it, I fucking hand for something Monday.
Oh, he's brutal.
Yeah.
He's torture for that.
And he's never moved in fucking 20 years.
I was just needing my doors out for that matter. And then I just ended up being his garage or his shed I got clean. And then the other.
So we're back in action now. And the first car coming to the line is Andy Short in his 1600 OMS. And he's away. So this is the class J2. Racing cars up to 1600. Fastest car at the moment is Dave Uren, 40.86. And after Andy Short, we'll have Simon Mackay. Followed by Stuart Sugden, of course, the two Scotsmen running together. So Simon Mackay is away from the line. Oh, quick through, and his quickest of the class so far. Through Garden Gate and through Junction. Simon Mackay really pushing on here. Oh, and he's run off at the top of East Bray onto the outside curb, and he's obviously that's ruined his run. Seems to be okay. He just ran onto the grass on the outside of East Bray, and Stuart Stockton gets a red flag. Well, I'm not sure if he saw that red flag. He went pretty quickly there, eyes slow. He's okay at Oak Tree. So, yes, Simon Mackay, too much speed at the top of East Bray, just ran wide onto the large runoff area, the grass area. As you can see on the screen, if you're on the screen, Marshall's going to check for. I'm not sure they need to do much sweeping because he seemed to go right onto the grass and didn't. He came back off quite a bit further down the track at the start of the S's. So a bit of sweeping there going on. But yeah, so that's ruined his run. So his time in the end was a 42.55, which is still a quick run, but not what he expected, I don't think. 42.55 for Simon Mackay. So obviously Stuart Stockton there forgot a red flag. And will probably turn at Garden Gate. So we've seen a lot of interruptions at the moment with various cars failing or going off, but we're getting towards the end of this batch, I'm sure, and we'll get the runoff very shortly afterwards. So at the moment, as I said, the top time in the runoff is Sean Gould at 37.37, followed by Dave Tate with 39.48 and Dave at 40.86. So at the moment it looks as though the 12th qualifier would be Alan McDonald on a 44.66, but there are at least, imagine, 12 cars quicker than that to come, so we'll wait to see what happens. Weather's still okay, so it should be not interrupted by weather, so hopefully we'll get through the day nice and dry. So Stuart Sugden back at the start line, car being turned, tyres being cleaned of grit, which obviously would affect the car on the way up the hill. Takes a lot of time to turn these cars, they don't have much lock on them. We're getting there. So Stuart, I say, Stuart round number 10 for the 10th finisher in last year's British Championship. Mainly based on his performances here at Doune. And he's going back, he'll go back, he'll do a couple of wheel spins to try and clean those tyres up, I imagine. So he's just back outside my door at the moment, so I can expect to hear the engine starting up, and we'll be underway again. So, Sure Sugden leaving the line. Can he get to top? Pass through Oak Tree. These little cars really fast through Oak Tree and Garden Gate. Up through the tunnel. Out over the top at 99 miles per hour. Really good run through junction there and the bottom of Eastbury. This is looking really quick. Yes, safely through the top of Eastbury. And he's around the last bend and heading towards the finishing line. This will be a sub 40, I think. Well done. 37.44. 37.44. Takes him the second fastest qualifier at the moment. So here's Richard Spedding. So obviously, car's okay. Steve Marmon, we just didn't run to save the car for Richard. Richard Spedding on his way. He's had a few issues the last couple of meetings. Electronic glitches. But he's over the line now at 37.81. And that should qualify, perhaps, yeah, I think so. We shall see Olivia Cooper now on the line. And away up the hill through Garden Gate, up towards Junction, 109 miles per hour. Oh, that's quick through the bottom of Eastbury. So neat through the S's, these cars. 39.53 for Olivia, 39.53. Darren Gumbley in TA, which Dave Uren drove up in 40.86. And Dave Warburton, so the car's obviously okay. Alan must have a problem at the top. But Darren Gumbley, 40.04. And Dave Warburton in red numbers at the moment. Which would mean he's quicker than Sean Gould, but I can't believe that. Maybe he is. He is. 36.38 for Dave Warburton. Quickest qualifier. Richard Spedding's time was 37.81. Ian Tucker leaves the line. Andrew Henson top of the hill. Ian Tucker leaving the line. Andrew Henson going well in that class. This is the 2 litre normally aspirated class. That's a 43.15 for Andrew, which takes the class lead at the moment, but after being talking to Jonathan Barley, sitting line in the Predator. So Jonathan's record's a low 37. Ian Tucker's a 47.14. Jonathan Varley quickly in class through junction. And the bottom of East Bray. And neatly through the top of East Bray and the S's. So this should be a qualifying run for Jonathan, surely. 38.09. Ian Price follows him in this Porsche. And here we follow Paul Hames, turbocharged Gould. Right, what I forgot to mention was that David Warburton's time of 36.38 is a new class record. Beating Sean Gould's class record by 200ths of a second, so a new class record for David Warburton a few minutes ago. And in Price 40.63. And Paul Hames on his way. Paul Croot leaves the line in the Jaguar engined OMS. But Hames is over the line. Paul Hames 37.68. And after Paul Croot we have Will Hall. Can Will get to top this time? Just stalling the line there for Will Hall, but he's okay, it didn't go over the line. And they're lining him up again, as you can see in the camera. Battery started, restarts the car. Tyres are down. Unpainted gold GR59. And he made clean on this time. 2.07 for Will, the first 64 feet. Dave Warburton's first 64 feet was 2.02. So that's a super time for Dave. So Will Hall safely through junction that time. He was quickest and fast, top of East Bray, but opposite. Should be safely qualified. 37.35. 37.35. 200's quicker than Sean. Matt Ryder now. So the time for Paul Croot is a 49.83. Matt Ryder quicker than Will to Garden Gate. 106 miles per hour and throwing purples. Crashes inside the edge of junction. He's safely through and up towards the top of the hill. Double spray. Followed by Trevor Willis will be leaving the line shortly in his OMS. Well, his one he's driving today, which is the Simon Andrews one. As you can see, second meeting in a row for Trevor's had to borrow a car. Time for Matt Ryder, 37.08. 37.08 for Matt Ryder. Let's go to the top of the class so far. Trevor's away. He might struggle to qualify in this car, but if anyone can do it, Scary Trev can. Up through the tunnel. Looks pretty quick. 106 miles per hour. Safely through and through the meadow. over the top of East Bray. We'll be needing a 37.38 to qualify. It's going to be a 39. Yeah, it's a 40.77 for Trevor. Scott Moran now. He's quicker. Oh yes, he's definitely quick. Through and up over another typical Scott run. No dramas. Smooth as silk, all the way to the top of the hill. 36.67. Alex Summers now, showing red figures all the way. It's 35.67 for Alex Summers. 35.67, fastest time so far. So now Wallace Mingus leaves the line. Just qualifying runs, remember, so he won't be he's making sure he has a safe qualifier. Yep, he's slower than Alex at the moment. 107 miles per hour. Yeah, he's got a bit in reserve, I think, here. It's definitely over the top of East Bray. Over the finishing line in 36.73. 36.73, third fastest in class. But surprisingly, slower than Dave Warburton. In fact, Dave Warburton, I think at the moment, is possibly second fastest qualifier. Donald Laird in the Eldon, so just 3 more cars to go with the demise of the Cohill Chevron. So Donald Laird in the Eldon and Tom Wilson in the Mini. And interested. And then the last car will be John Albiston in the Brabham. So time for Donald Laird, 59.37. Tom Wilson heading up towards the top of the hill, and John Albiston will be the last of the competition runners in this class runs this afternoon. Then we have the top 12 runoff. A bit of a break before we have that, because obviously the car at the top of the hill that's come back down, and we'll get notification of who the top 12 runners are and the running order for you as soon as we can. So time for Tom Wilson in the Mini was 63.01, and John Albiston 48.83. Well, there you go. Another sensational session of single-seater racing. Racing cars over 2 litres. Class leader Alex Summers, 35.67. Second place Scott Moran, 36.67. Third Wallace Mingus, 36.73. Fourth Matt Ryder, 37.08. Fifth Will Hall, 37.35. Sixth Sean Gould, 37.37. And then seventh Trevor Willis, 40.77. Eighth Simon Andrews, 44.89. And ninth Paul Crute, 49.83. I'd say Paul Hames' time in Class K2 is 37.68. In Class K1, Jonathan Varley won that with a 38.09 from Ian Price, 40.63. And Andrew Henson, 43.15. Then Class J2, racing cars up to 1600, winner with a new class record, and Second qualifier, I'm pretty certain, David Warburton, 36.38. Second behind David Warburton, Stuart Sugden, 37.44. And third, Richard Spedding, 37.81. Olivia Cooper, fourth, 39.53. Darren Gumbley, 40.04 in fifth. And Dave Whalen, sixth, at 40.86. And quick a flash from the timekeepers, we have the running order for the... I'll give you the qualifying order first of all. The running order is slightly different from the qualifiers because we have one dual entry. Fastest qualifier, as I said, Alex Summers. Second fastest was Dave Warburton. Third fastest, Scott Moran. Then Wallace Mingus, Matthew Ryder, Will Hall, Stuart Stockton, Paul Hames, Richard Spedding, Jonathan Varley, Dave Tatham and Sean Gould with the qualifiers. The first qualifier to run will be Sean Gould, as it's a double driver with Matthew Ryder. And we're slower than Matthew in the run, so Sean will go up first in car 705. And then he'll come back down immediately so we can change drivers with Matt Ryder, and they'll fall by number 69, Dave Tatham. So the first qualifier to run, 705 Sean Gould, 69 Dave Tatham, 82 Jonathan Varley, 7 Richard Spedding, 8 Paul Hames, 10 Stuart Sugden, 87 Will Hall, 5 Matthew Ryder, 1 Wallace Mingus, 3 Scott Moran, 9 David Warburton, and fastest qualifier 2 Alex Summers. So that's a sensational run there for Dave Warburton, 36.38 to qualify second fastest on a dry track here at Doune. Also a great time from Stuart Sugden to qualify. I think it was 7th qualifier. I've lost my sheet for the moment, but certainly look forward to a good qualifying session here coming up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, Stuart Sugden. Stuart was 8th fastest qualifier, just behind Sean Gould, but ahead of Richard Spedding, David, Jonathan Varley, Paul Hames. So yes. So we'll be a few minutes, maybe 10 or so minutes, till we get the cars cooled down, refueled, whatever, and maybe even change of tyres for some of the drivers, tyres and wheels, and then we'll be ready to run with the runoff very shortly. In the meanwhile, I'll have a break and come back when that starts. So there we see a picture of work progressing in the paddock. Tom and Duncan changing Wallace's tyres there. Wallace having a look in the laptop to see if we can find a few extra hundreds. Alex's tyre also been changed, and then next to that, Scott's car. Looking further down, we've got Matt Ryder's car with Clark of the course, Tim Thompson talking to Steve Owen, and Matt's dad and Auntie Lane busy refurbishing the car. Then to further down that, we've got the Will Hall car. We've got Trevor's and Simon Andrews OMS. Unfortunately, Trevor didn't qualify, so this year's season's turning into a bit of a disaster for him. A couple of meetings now without scoring. Well, and there's Alan McDonald delving into depths of his force. Tried to run the cameraman over, but lovely looking car, that Alan. So it's not been so warm here today. The sun's disappeared. It's quite a cool breeze at the moment, but fortunately the rain has stayed away. So it's been a pleasant day to go hill climbing. Tim Wilson, the coordinator, just checking up with making sure they're all ready. Who knows go when. Paul Ames's car getting his tyres wrapped up to protect them from any stones or grit being picked up. James Wills in the front. So they're not allowed to wear plastic. They used to have a lot of plastic protection for plastic tyre wrap, but this now been banned, and so we all have these purpose-made material tyre covers just to keep the tyres clean before they start the run. Paul's car running really well this year. Then further down we've got Ian and Price's Force, and Ian Tucker his OMS. The Nicola Dearden and Andrew Henson, and there's the Jonathan Varley Predator. Isn't that a lovely looking car, the Predator? As I said, Jonathan had a bit of an off at Gurston Down a few weeks ago, so I had a new nose cone to fit at the grey and white junior, just need to get painted soon. But yeah, Jonathan's father was a hill climber as well, Peter. Peter raced hill climb at Brabham in the 70s. Famously got a second place and one of the championship rounds in a car which set fastest time of day at the very first official Doune meeting when driven by Nick Williamson. Brabham BT21, which then Nick Williamson sold to Peter Varley. Dave Warburton just removing wheels. So as I say, we have a few more minutes before we get the cars ready for the runoff. Then that is the Stuart Sugden car and the three Raptors all there together. And we could have a blue, white and red Raptor because we've got a blue Raptor of Nusha Matosian. I think he's still got it, the ex-Robert Kenrick car. So the white Raptor in the middle of Richard Spedding's 1600, normally aspirated these days. Spent a year with a couple of years with a turbocharged version, but decided it was less hassle to go for the 1600 normally aspirated. So these lovely jewels of cars, these really brilliantly built, brilliant handling cars. So fueling there from Alan Warburton of Alan and Dave is running methanol these days. As the car runs a bit cooler. So carefully measured out amount of methanol. You can't have too much weight in these hill climb cars. Don't need much fuel. And break away from there to the start lights. Obviously the cameraman must have had an issue there. But there's a good run through the paddock for those watching online. Have a look at the cars in close up and the preparations they undergo before they start their runoff. So if you've enjoyed watching it today online, we'll be tuning the same again tomorrow. Again, morning will be practice. So I imagine we'll tune in again after lunch tomorrow afternoon. And you can see the second day's performances here at Doune. So Doune started as a hill climb here in the United States in 1968 when there was 3 meetings in 68, and then in 69 June was the first British Championship round held here at the Doune Hill Climb. And that runoff that day, there was only one runoff per weekend in those days. And that weekend the runoff was won by Roy Lane, and his time was 48.31, and that I think was a dry day, so you can see how far we advanced. Following year Mike McDowell won twice in June and September, and he also won twice in 71 with times of 47, 51, 50 and 45. I remember the September ones were often quite cold and sleety even one year. So if you've stood at the top of East Bray before the trees grew up, there's quite a lot of chill factor from the east coast wind coming in if it was raining. So in 74 the course was shortened a little bit for 3 years, so the actual start line was past the first corner where it is now, so it was just on a little bit of straight after the first corner. And in 74 September it was a wet meeting, and the rain came after the first runner had gone in the top 10, and it was a top 10 in those days. And so the first runner was Alec Brown, the local man, and he won the top 10 runoff because the rest of the runners were affected by the weather. So after short course it recovered to being a long course again. Then we had winners from people like Alistair Douglas Osborne, Roy Lane, Martin Griffiths, Chris Kramer, all in the sort of 42, 41, 42nd mark before James Thompson, Tim Thompson, the Clark, of course, his brother in 1981. James Thompson became the first top 10 Runoff winner under 40 seconds, and that was a 39.70, which this year would just have scraped him into the run. Well, we'd not have qualified him for the top 10, but we would have qualified the top 12 Runoff. So that was just a shade, just 40 odd years ago. So James Thompson 39.7 was the first one under 40 seconds, and then the next Runoff winner under, so we say 35 seconds. The Runoff winner under 35 seconds, the first one of those, we go all the way through, right down to 2014. And Scott Moran at a 34.99 in June 2014 to win the Runoff. And that is when we started to get below the 35 second mark for Runoff wins. And the current course record, which I'm to look up, is 34.21 from Alex Summers just last June. So the car's been pushed up towards the holding area. Sean Gould being pushed through to go up in his first run, and then we see the card of David Tatham and Jonathan Varley, who'll be second and third to run. So we're now getting underway with the Runoff. If you're away from your screen, get back towards it. They're starting to happen. So tune back into YouTube and HillClimb UK if you've been away. And here we go with round 13 of the British Hillclimb Championship 2023. So first to run, Sean Gould, GR59, 4-litre Judd sports car engine. Way up the line, the first 64 feet at 2.06. So 2 seconds is at 1G, so 2.06 for Sean. I'll try and compare the Garden Gate, 12.56, under 13 seconds to Garden Gate. And up 120 miles per hour through the speed trap, 18.95 to Junction, I think just under 19 seconds. Through the S's in 30 seconds and a little bit, 30.09. And over the speed finish line, 36.65. 36.65 for Sean Gould. So that in fact would be was just quicker than Scott Moran ran in qualifying. So that's a great run for Sean Gould. Nearly 3/4 of a second quicker than his qualifying time. Sean at the moment is lying 5th in the championship on 57 on 57 points. So he'll become straight back there again. And we'll have Dave Tatham going up. Dave scored a point this year already at Harewood. He had a fail at Harewood the first run, but I think that was just for going over the white line at the finish. I wasn't there myself, but he got 1 point in the second run in this new DJ Firehawk to him this year. Originally, previously ran OMS. Dave and brother Pete, both top hill climbers. So Dave Tatham, son of George Tatham, a hill climber who, those of you with longer memories like me might remember, drove a large McLaren Can-Am car. So there's Sean back in the paddock. Obviously David Gould, his father, the constructor of Gould cars. So, without further ado, while Sean Gould's crew get to work to prep the car for Matt Ryder, we have Dave Tatham coming towards the line. So Dave Tatham, unexpected qualifier we believe, but yes, he's on his way. 0.16 slower than Sean Gould, so I'm looking at the screen, we've got red numbers to give comparison to the previous car. I think he'll be red most of the way here obviously. We're comparing him to Sean Gould. 103 miles per hour through the speed trap. He'll be pleased to get a point from this weekend, I'm sure. It's a 39.75 for David. 39.75, slightly slower than qualifying. Now Jonathan Varley is scored 4 points in the championship this year. Qualified 5 times, a couple of 11th and 12th, but 2 9th places at Harewood and at Gurston. So again, we'll be comparing him, but it's always going to be comparing against Sean Gould, so there'll be quite a few red numbers. I'll try and compare to other drivers as they go up. So Jonathan 2.21, just quicker than Dave Tatham. Up towards Garden Gate, he needs a 13.5 maybe to. So 30.66 for Jonathan. He's ahead of Dave Tatham up to this stage, and he should be quicker up to 108 through his speed trap. So 20.39, again about half a second up in Dave at Junction. We should expect from the difference between the two cars, but only half a second at the S's. So there'll probably be a low 39s for Jonathan. 38.97, 38.97. 38.97 goes second at the moment. Richard Spedding. Number 7, 7th of the championship last year, but currently lying this year in 9th position. He had a bad Gurston weekend, didn't qualify for any of the runoffs with electrical issues, so he's lying in 9th position at the moment and leaves the line. Again, quicker than Jonathan Barley by half a 500ths. Shooting through Oak Tree and up through Garden Gate. 13.3, so quickest apart from Sean so far, 109 miles per hour. 20.03 ahead of, so 4/10 ahead of Jonathan Varley. So this could be a mid 38s, or maybe even into 37s. 38.08, but he goes second so far. And now Paul Hames. See, Paul had a bad start of the year and really only started scoring the last couple of weekends. He scored 22 points altogether, of which 21 have come in the last Gurston and Shelsley. So a few issues early on this season, but really coming on strong as a personal best at Gurston and at Shelsley. didn't quite get caught on there, so he's just been pulled back. He didn't go all 4 wheels over, so that's okay. Paul, of course, actually won a runoff here back in 2004 when he was driving the Dallara. And he's away this time. 2.24. So a bit slower than normal, I imagine, for Paul. And 13.01 up to Garden Gate. That's the second quickest so far. 117. And 19 under 20 seconds to junction. This should be a 37. 37.41. 37.41 puts him into second position at the moment. So now Stuart Sugden leaves the line. No hanging about for Stuart, 2.22. So Paul Hames at 13.01. And spinning at 13.39 to guard. 12.96. Under 13 seconds to Garden Gate. 116 through the speed trap. And really quick there through junction. 19.14. This could be a 36 if he keeps it going. 30.19. That's a second up in Paul Hames. Well, that's a 36.76 for Stuart Sugden. That's just second position at the moment, just 1/10 behind Sean Gould. And we've got some rain coming down here now. So this could be, it's just quite light rain, but this could be interesting here. Drops of rain starting to fall. You see it on the screen. So how is this going to affect the last 5 runners here? They're all queuing up. 1.94 for Will Hall away from the line. Will's always a very good starter. This could be a quick one. So slower than Sean, but quicker than Stuart Sugden. 112. Oh, leaf's just fallen off a tree. So he's possibly going to be behind Sean. He's still behind Sean all the way up at the top at the moment. 36, 37, 37, 56, 37, 56 is fourth position. Fourth position at the moment. Oh, and Matt Ryder has a wee stall. .1 for Matt, so we kind of get under 13 to Garden Gate. No, just 13.05. 10 speed trap. Quickly through junction, still down on Sean Gould. Slides a bit at the top of his grey. Could be a close run thing between him and Will. So 36.97 from Matt Ryder puts him into third position. And the rain's getting a little bit heavier perhaps, but still should be okay still. Wallace on the line now. Just wiping his visor. He's getting to go down. And Wallace is away. 2.17. He seems a bit trouble with his visor there. But he's away and clear up the hill. Seen some wonderful runs for Wallace in the wet over the years. Still slightly down in Sean. 116 miles per hour, but 18.81. Below 19 seconds. So ahead of Sean now. Up towards top of East Freo. Slides a bit to the top of the hill. Slightly down now on Sean. 30.24. Then he pull it back. 36.43. Another masterful run there from Wallace in difficult conditions. 36.43 takes the lead. And you can visually see the rain coming down, but the track, yeah, Scott Moran. Scott slightly down off the line. But and a slight down Wallace, 13.26. So maybe the track's got a bit damper on the way up. 111 miles per hour. So he's down on. Oh, a slide at the top of his bay. Obviously got a bit slippy out there in the exposed part of the course. And he'll be down over the finish line, and that is a 38.43. So that puts him into 8th position. So David Warburton now, the second fastest qualifier. What a shame for David if the rain affects his run. Having got this position. Yep. Tricky to read the conditions with it being drier under the trees and then wetter on the exposed meadow in East Bray. Dave is down quite a bit there on Wallace. 103 through the. Yeah. Obviously it's obviously getting quite difficult at the top half of the hill there on slick tyres. And Dave quite careful through, but still a bit of a slide at the top of East Bray. And this, unfortunately for him, is going to be a unfortunate waste of a good qualifying position just because of the weather. 41.20 sums up what the conditions are. So what can Alex do? Last run of the day, 1.96 off the line, still very quick off the line. Slightly slower than Will Hall, of course, but still 13.25, close to Scott's time. So I think 99 through the speed trap, so a bit slower and a bit of a twitch through junction. So I think Alex is down by over a second, so it's just a case of managing the conditions here, and he's going to be a bit slower, 33 at the top of S's, so it's probably about a 40 for Alex as well perhaps. Yeah, 40.55, so unfortunate there. Unfortunate for the last two there, but what a great run by Wallace. 4th last to go, maybe just catches the conditions at 36.43. 10 points for Wallace Mingus, 9 points Sean Gould, 36.65. Stuart Sugden, 8 points, 36.76. Well on the way to perhaps getting back to number 10 position. 7 points for Matt Ryder, 36.97. Paul Hames, 5th with 6 points, 37.41. Will Hall, 6th with 37.56. Richard Spedding, 7th, 38.08. Scott Moran, 8th, 38.43. Jonathan Varley, 9th, 38.97. Dave Tatum gets a point. Again, 39.75. Then Alex Summers, 40.55. Dave Warburton, 41.20. And how unfortunate for those last runners that the rain came just a little bit too early. Another 10 minutes and we'd have got a perfectly dry runoff. But there, that is the luck of the weather in Britain. It is a 30-round championship and they can drop 6 scores. So I imagine that's one more for Alex to drop. But Alex, of course, had a bad time at Harewood, so he's running out of scores to drop. But yeah, it's unfortunate for Dave Warburton. But Wallace Mingus extends his championship lead now. So he'll now have 120 points. Scott. Wallace is 120 points now, ahead of joint second position is Scott Moran and Matt Ryder, 93 points each. Alex Summers remains in 4th place, and Sean Gould has 66 points now. So a good day there for Wallace, good run for Wallace there at the end, and didn't qualify quite so well as normal, but keeps his record of winning, staying in the top 3 every runoff this year. So that's us finished here today from Doune.